years.
Yes.
I said, yeah, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these up for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I said, yeah, I didn't know.
Yes, yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher.
Yeah.
Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Jaffa, how are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recap from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding, but they were incredibly 1 hour late. So
in Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time,
yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
I
never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes, because it's looked at as
it's all
as a problem.
Not
yes,
us.
yes.
You see, with narcissism, it's always about me, not us.
And so whatever we're doing, it's about me,
me.
Yes, never about us.
We.
Okay. I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say. Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation, and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition. Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes.
Generation X, you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
And then for me, I'm looking at the millennials, the ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z.
Okay. Z.
We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy.
Okay.
For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoy the partying
Okay.
too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist.
Yes.
Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes. Yes, where's the party at? Let's go right now, and then everybody's just going. The weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character, burns candles on both sides.
Okay.
You don't really budget for anything.
Okay. Okay.
And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life.
Yes.
And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend.
Okay.
Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary where they look out for the next season's crop, seedlings. Yes. And they saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society culture that we don't. Yeah? And sometimes for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say, no, the situation in the country made it
permits this, so therefore we can just, go on.
That type of thing. So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people, but psychologists have done so. Okay. And social anthropologists have done the same thing. Okay. Trying to explain the generations. Okay.
Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. Yeah. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion. It says, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM. Okay. Yes. And he said to me, we're having a discussion in the gym. And he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand. Particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83. Because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who are 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether, and yes, and they are trying to mentor, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about, and I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:37, up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yes, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's what this thing was about. She says, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes.
A lot of our people...
I just saw the videos. I wasn't there. Yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962 pushed the agenda of move to the left in 1968.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, there was a challenge to my father as Army Commander saying, if you are not of our party,
yes.
then you cannot be army commander. So
yes.
they were using the Politburo system
yes,
of the communists.
Yes, yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd. You expect all the sheep to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, it's now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing. What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I follow tradition. I follow the patriarch society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes, so
I want to be. My point is this: we who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana. We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline. It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together, communally. The equivalent of in my tribe, we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest, where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres. The whole community moves around harvesting on each. And you set up in the granaries, you make sure. Remember, like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners anyway. And so they know them.
I'm explaining it from our angle, but it is an image that we always see with the Tesla. And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn and what we call kasoli. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area? And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area, they would have to pound that in a mound. In a chino. The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that was instilled in us, we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animal?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's extremely strict.
If you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
my point is, with my senator from Ghana, I look like a Catholic priest. But what if it's just keeping up appearances? That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset. You look for that opportunity to release the so-called confines of restriction. Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize. From the time of tradition, there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable. They were the most important person in the community. Then we come to a point where we gain power. But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka. Then we've gained democracy, fine. But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back. Remember the days of soap in the evening, sukari. Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain, or am I doing it for myself or for society?
Okay.
So our progression in terms of society has decided that.
Okay.
I know I've sounded technical, but I've tried to show the progression.
Yes, yes.
And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time. In England, you noticed how it was. By 6, they were always in pubs.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa! You don't call me like Jaffa.
And it's still going on to this day. Yes,
Jaffa, aren't you coming with us to the pub?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you're boring.
Yes.
You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that it means you're going with the crowd. Okay. You're moving with the crowd. Okay.
So basically, you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most. Okay. Now, we tended to value families. Yeah. You millennials. Yes. I put you in that category. Yes. Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh? But it comes from that me.
And we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to 54. Go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us. But daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this. So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo. Jaffa Amin is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first-hand experience of you being in the State House. And now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work. It's a funny thing to say.
That opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House,
But remember a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Let me explain. What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No. It's called, not Nalfenya. Yes. Burumaji.
Yes.
That is the place of some witches. It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Luganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They had just come back from Congo.
Yes.
So she summoned from there. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Yeah, who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes, yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US, you get addicted.
Yeah.
Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan. I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, Lulu, tell me about yourself.
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent. He kept laughing. I said, I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my God. Okay.
We were talking. His name was Spencer Kamugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's
I
it?
got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you were the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny. Yeah. He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our gym.
Yes, that was the first time you
we get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our gloves.
Yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I would pound the ground for 100 meters until my friends say, do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders, and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was an American.
It was an American.
Deutsche Post. It's just Deutsch for the Germans.
Okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So
right. You see, this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you, when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, the royal protocol. The king has sent me such a thing. Or go to the king's palace. I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my father.
Without knowing.
You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Okay. Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
But
around
now
thinking
something
these things.
happens.
Yes. Yeah.
They end up finding out who I am.
Yes.
But I continue at the same pace.
Yes.
Words start.
So when you say they end up finding who I am,
my employee,
yes.
my fellow employees,
yes.
they end up finding out
that you are
the
the
son
of the former president Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But
yes.
I'm continuing at the same pace
yeah.
and a very strange humility,
yes.
where I have a short fuse,
yes.
but it's for me about telling you what
yes.
you need to know.
Yeah.
It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, yes. And that's how the narcissistic approach finally fit in.
But remember,
yeah.
it's a question of just work for your salary.
Yeah. This company is not even for your father.
It's not your father. Why are you breaking sweat?
Yes. Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah, yeah.
For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic.
Yeah.
There's no difference between DH and military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
The barracks with soldiers, yes.
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal,
yeah.
and he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles,
yeah.
and then he was the head of the military,
yeah.
there's a certain discipline
yeah.
that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different.
Yes,
By the way, there used to be a complaint in the family.
Yes.
We had the famous Moses. We had the famous Mwanga.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yes.
But whenever they would question me,
yes.
in terms of identity, my father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Mm. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Mm. Then he would laugh.
So they never understood, yes.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother,
yes.
he's my brother.
Okay.
He was trying to put a veracity in them
yes.
to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
son. I was
son.
His son.
You
know,
and then
grandmothers inherit.
Yes.
For example, during the AIDS pandemic,
yes.
forget about COVID, the real pandemic in Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID has a lot of. COVID has a lot of.
Yes. I'm not going to go
it has a lot of
discussions,
commercials and stuff around it.
But in Africa, we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That's wisdom right there. If you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was by the sake of a large family, and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister, because it used to happen. You know, the Isaac Sarah scenario is very African.
Yes.
Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ishmael's story,
it's very much it's very much the African setup.
Okay.
For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So we ended up with the grandmother.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, yes. So you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to your
chief wife.
The chief's wife. Yes,
the number one.
The number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
You know, We're becoming personal here, but
Yes,
sometimes society,
Yeah.
especially African society,
Yeah.
if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters,
Yes.
you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Today, my wife has 5
My
sons.
mother, my own mother, went through that
Yeah.
old stuff.
My wife has 5 boys
Okay.
and 1 girl.
Okay.
Can you imagine the
Yes.
status she has
Yes.
in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow!
Yes.
Wow! Now
Yes.
you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife
Okay.
was having girls.
Okay.
Until 69, when the favorite child arrived,
Wow.
she went through hell.
To get
With the
to
very same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to
this
a
way.
boy,
Yes.
a man child.
So it was always
Pressure.
a tormenting pressure for
It
you.
is-
Yes.
Every African mother goes through it.
Yes.
Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable. You
My
can
my
never-
own mother
you
went
can
through that
never-
problem. Yes. My own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
Against the opinions
yes,
of his
opinion
family.
of his family,
Hey.
it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now,
Oh, yeah.
because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age.
Yeah.
And so she couldn't give birth, and then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
Bring you back.
yes, and get the dowry or even bring back.
My God.
So because of that, my mother suffered of stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge.
Yeah.
My brother is almost your age.
Yeah.
Headed
And
to
your
retire
sister.
from
And
this,
your sister.
and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized right
Yeah.
now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman. You're everything. It's been going on
Forever.
I mean, yes.
It's what I call the tyranny of tradition.
Okay.
Yeah, the tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total, it's absolute power. People don't. Remember me saying something that might hurt others. I'm like,
yes.
people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
Yes, you
strongmen
said it at the beginning
70s.
of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man,
Yeah.
today our leaders still considered in the same category
Yeah.
as a strong man.
Yeah.
I don't like using the D word.
Yes. Yeah.
That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time.
Okay.
When we were running away in 79, they're like, Headmaster, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go. Yes.
The image and the strictness of him
Yes.
was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny
Yeah.
is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless. Yet they are the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissism.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home.
Yeah.
The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you.
Okay.
We provided the antelope yesterday,
yes.
didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday, yes.
Now we have come back with this new one. Where's my food?
Yes.
For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist's character.
Okay.
And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry.
Yes.
Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth. And right now, actually taking all our best brains. There's this brain drain, there's this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
Yes. I've read my books. I don't need synergy. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books. I got
the
my
most
books.
boastful child is on graduation day.
They
actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived, don't you see?
I got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I got my master's,
I
my
always
PhD
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come and says, Daddy.
No, there's one. No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence.
Yes.
The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Yes. Would you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for that, the arrogance you see in your child at that point.
Okay.
My son will graduate now by 2022. COVID has done us in. It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one. But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell him, go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute. Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate. Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through.
That's where you get your job. No, but this is 3 years. I said, pity that one who's done 5 years, then an extra 9 months. The British set these out for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I said, I didn't know.
Yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher. Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay.
They will you'll notice when they're interviewing, they'll just put these aside, they'll bring that one in front.
They always bring that last bit,
The placement.
Yes.
LDC. LDC is the most important moment. Now I'm a lawyer.
But you would never have been one if there was no...
It is that man who comes he normally comes with a casimo, but he tells you that. But every child forgets that moment. Some Kazei came with his Waizeka thing. Doesn't he know I've graduated? You're not hooking yourself to the next person who's going to actually push you to the next level. Quite often, narcissism feeds on to the issue of you already got a job placement. Forgive me for this. Some people end up in MOOBs at S6. Then they work like our American system of a certificate 2 years. Then they do the actual degree. But they've already been earmarked for a job. I'm telling you, there's a feeding frenzy where somebody will say, Have you sat in water in Changwanzi?
Yeah.
It's like me telling you, have you got the Management Institute certificate?
Yeah.
You know, there's somebody who asks
you such questions, and you're looking for.
You don't see them as markers.
Yeah,
huh? Life is all about markers. You've seen those points that's showing you 40 miles to go to Jinja.
Yeah.
It's like, my homeland is far. I've heard that several times from people who come back home from Europe and wherever. They can't believe how far
we have gone.
Home is. Yeah. No, home country.
Oh yes, I'm getting the wisdom now. That's how far okay.
So the markers.
Yes.
Somebody will always tell you at what point you should move to.
Okay.
But also those people who are mwana maugundi, mwana wani, are feeding on to this tradition of narcissism.
Okay.
It's all about my children, my line, my lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is all feeding frenzy.
So that's the narcissism.
I'm not politicizing.
No. You are right, because I've actually been asking myself, because I work with people. They're always about my money, money. Yeah. Where is my money? And I'm like, it's not about your money. It's about satisfaction to the client that we're serving today and the society we're serving today. Have you fulfilled the mandate of serving the client effectively and having this? Money will always come, but we always have. So it's not about politics, about just the way we demand for things, even when we don't deserve it.
Let me give you an example of that.
Yes.
When I did 1 year and disappeared on the streets, some secretary in a bank saw a new face.
Yes.
They're like, where's that man who used to cross the Kampala Road with 2 steps? I was so quick.
2 steps, this is because you're tall and you're long.
They won't see my speed.
Yes.
Do you know that we walk very fast, people from England?
Yes.
You notice how you slow down?
Because their life is fast-paced, which is different from here.
When I got to
London, yes.
I was being knocked by people passing me. By Jove, excuse me.
Hey, mate, come on. Yes.
We were too slow.
So I have a boy called Idiwato Chom. Can you tell us if this is what is happening to you in Swansea?
Now, the speed.
The speed in London. So I'm waiting to see Idiwato Chom come back to Uganda and walk like that.
I came to Uganda with an Audi Quattro speed. Kankanan. Remember the Kankanan rally driver speed?
Yes.
That's what I came back to Uganda with.
Yes.
And I got a job.
Yes.
And I was on double turbo speed.
Yes.
And I shot up. So people were remembering me for the service.
Yeah.
And it became an accolade on your name.
Okay.
My God. Now, after 4 years, I become the senior manager.
Yeah.
People are like, does he go to the water? Agenda kumazi.
Yeah. What does it mean? What is the mission of going? Oh, going to the water is superstition. You go for witchcraft.
I looked at
this is really the wisdom. The wisdom,
like
circles. The elders' wisdom circles. Yes.
I was like, I'm British. What's your problem?
Yes.
Now, after 4 years, I become senior manager.
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yes.
Huh? I would actually find funny fetishes on my chair. I'd pick it up, and then Northern style, I'm like, hey, I come from the elephants clan. Huh? My grandmother is a python.
Yes.
My mother is the beautiful bird, a nyonyi.
Yes.
And she's also has the kabiro of the leopard.
Yes.
There's nothing that will happen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're going for a break. Yes.
It was pure to Nigeria, but I was using a British accent. So you know, Muzungu, no, Kadugana Bananga, Fuaruzungu. No.
Hold it right there. We're going for a break.
I was on an upward mobile trajectory, and it was simply because of I had accepted the work ethic that my father had instilled in me.
Yeah.
And I was actually utilizing the same skill setting, but I was actually marking time. I was not at full capacity.
Wow.
But something happened.
Now hold it right there. That's something that happened. We're coming back for it. This is the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Jafar Raymond Amin, the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, who lived all his life in glamour and everything glamour and find himself on the street walking fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Who better place to tell us the story of what happened? We're sharing the wisdom of what happened when elders steps in to speak to the young people. Jaffa, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I
was saying something happened.
Yes, you're saying something happened, and I want to get back to that something that happened. So for you who are just joining, I want you to go and send us a message. Send us a question, a comment, whatever you have, and we'll be able to answer here. This is called Wisdom Corner, the Wisdom Circles. We've lost this in our society today. We don't have it. Elders don't sit and give us moments to listen to them. We don't understand what is going on. So we realize that narcissism has become a new religion in 2020, right? Selfishness is taking over everything. Elders have the same thing. So we're talking about this, and I'm talking to the first son of the president, and I'm going to be able to bring all of them to this program. All of them. They have been into the State House. They've enjoyed it all. They've been around the world, and they are now here living with us. All right, so let's talk about
all around Africa.
All around Africa, actually. We're going to bring.
For me, that's a perfect suggestion.
Yes. So let's go back to
something happened.
Yes, something happened. What happened? Let's talk about it.
They did not understand how I got in the first place. If your former colleagues are telling you, but how did you get here? Your days are over. I'm like, what do you mean our days? Yeah, but you were in the 70s, now it is our time, man. I'm like, my mother, you see the mother behind there? That's Mohima. She's actually Msongora from Kasese.
Yes, and you look like one of
yes. You see that woman there?
Yes.
That's my mother. She's from Kashari.
Yes.
You know, markers. Remember those side road posts, signposts?
Yes.
I was pointing at one.
Okay.
My mother's from Kashari. Kashari? Said, my nose is smaller than yours.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
But you don't speak the language.
I'm like, I've been in England forever. I was pulling ranks on them in a nice way.
Okay.
But then I realized the British have what we call self-deprecation. It means you lower yourself intentionally just to get along with those who are unmanageable.
Can you repeat that again? What does the British call it? What?
Self-deprecation is the ability to lower yourself so that you bring yourself to the same level as those who are not quick on the uptake.
Yes.
Or they just don't understand why you succeed and they don't.
Yes.
But I got it from Spencer Kamukisha. Spencer, you Muchiga man, you taught me a lot. He called me once in because I got angry over something.
Yes.
Said, Jaffa, sit there. Said, Jaffa, one of these days, whether it is tomorrow, today, or whenever, you're going to be in this seat of mine. He was showing me his seat.
Yeah.
I want you to learn to come to the level of those people you work with. Not everyone understands the way you do. My God, that was a wake-up call, but it was a mentoring that was happening.
Yeah.
He could have blasted
How old were you, by the way, at that point? How old were you?
I was approaching 30. I was approaching 30 because I got married as soon as I hit 30.
Okay.
It wasn't about, I'm not ready or what. For me, it's about time.
Okay.
So I married in 96. So by 94, I was like a 28-year-old.
Yeah.
And with a short fuse.
Okay.
But the best employee.
Okay.
In the business.
Yes. At the time.
So I was beginning to get the kind of stuff this Muyaye from Kamocha is getting now. Everybody's hitting at him.
Yes.
I'm explaining the political arena.
Yes.
He's going to get more fire from the very people he used to eat with.
Yes, with and drink with and stuff. Yes.
Not his actual foe.
Yes.
And he'll always think it is the enemy. But there's no enemy.
Yeah.
It's just your friend saying, who do you think you are?
You are, yes.
I said, you people, we all have sections, we all have boxes, we just deliver.
Okay.
I deliver every day about 4 tons because I was manning the business district.
Okay.
That is all the embassies, all the banks.
Was your boss being strategic that I had to put a son of a former president because you are used to protocol, you are used to
He had just seen that for me it was not about pinching the next cookie.
Okay. Yes, by the way, talking about
honesty.
Yes.
It was all about honesty and integrity. Do you know you see that a mile away from your children, you see it from your brothers? That character shines. I think mine was shining brighter than the rest. But I seem to be getting it in an easy way. Do you know what happened? This is what happened. They started skirking their work and leaving it to Jaffa.
Because you had the ability and more energy to do that?
I enjoyed my work. Majority of people out there do not enjoy their work. They are a square peg in a round hole. Or they're...
wow! I hope you picked that one.
They're a diamond and it's just a small circular tube sitting in the middle. You just don't fit. I'm not an authoritative person, yet I am, because of my upbringing.
Okay.
But they just saw a manager in me without me seeing it. For me, proaction simply means do it before it needs to be done so that you are ready for the next objective.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom right there from the wisdom, the elders.
Wisdom circle.
Yeah, wisdom circles. I'm picking that one. If you're watching the program, I hope you're picking that one, you too, as well. And we're actually having this with, you know, the elder has to have, we wish to have like sort of like a fireplace where we eat kasoli and whatever. So this is going to be the program that gives you the best of experience of the elders' wisdom circles. We will eat kasoli. We will eat kasoli is roasted maize.
No meat.
Yes.
No meat.
No meat. We're going to eat just this. But you might want to get a nyeri and eat a nyeri or something like that.
Wild rats. Now we don't have a It is fish. I drink sai. I drink choda. We mess around with the pronunciation.
Yes. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So did they see you?
No, they ganged up to me in a sweet way. I ended up burning my candle on both sides.
Okay.
I was on gear
Would you say that you were not wise enough at that point?
No, I was saying, let me show you. It's like me dunking on a 7-footer. I'm 6'1", but I have the capacity to dunk on anybody.
Yes.
I'm like a Spud Webb who was 5'7".
Yes.
He was a short man who could do incredible dunks.
Yes.
And not many people remember Spud Webb, but I ended up with what we call where your motor neurons stop. We call it burnout.
Yes.
I had now been promoted to air operations. Everybody was leaving everything to me. And one day I was on the computer and what I was thinking was not getting to my hands.
Okay.
And it was an urgent report. And my mouth was beginning to stop. And I'm like, Patrick. Now Patrick used to work in the place I got him in. He became my #1 person who was with me on my side. And his father, by the way, was the one who designed the UCB house. I never call it Chum Towers, it's UCB house. But
even me, I call it UCB house.
Mzee Nsubuga designed it.
Okay.
And we were getting, I got he was actually a 6'9" tall young man.
Okay.
And I was just like, Patrick. Yes, sir. He calls me from the other side. He was actually a supervisor. I'd made him a supervisor.
Yeah.
Just to make sure
things were okay. Yes.
Yes, sir. Whatever I'm thinking is not getting to my hand. I think I'm getting what we call burnout. And I use the proper word.
Yeah.
This is burnout.
Yeah.
Can you get me home? Now, Superman had
finished, gone, done.
It's like Iron Man. It's like Iron Man getting
the whole son of Amin, the great man, the Jaffa, the giant.
Man who thinks this is his company.
Yes.
Has ground to a halt.
Wow.
Huh? Had ground to a halt. You know,
falling to the small man and asking Patrick to take him off. Yes, yes.
Do you know how you do the gym?
Yeah.
My gym was takeout.
Yes.
Dance from 9 to 4 in the morning.
That's another story for you. I'm bringing that in the wisdom circles of how I met Jaffa,
but my
and
point
how he
is
used
this.
to dance,
Yeah,
the electric man. Yes,
but
yes,
for me, that was my gym.
Yes.
That was my releasing this pressure.
Okay.
That I learned from.
Yet many people misunderstood you for being so low and stooping so low at the time at Stakeout because you were dancing crazy. They didn't understand what was going on for you.
But I was the best dancer.
Yes.
But
we used to ask ourselves, how can a whole son of a former president go low?
The boss of the DHL.
The boss of the DHL.
It was no longer my past.
Yes, yes.
It was present. I was the boss
of DHL at the time.
Above me, there was only the country manager.
Yeah.
I was the top man there.
Yeah.
Then they realized, I'm not here to play. I'm not here to drink. But I dance my music. And Akibua's son was the DJ.
Yes. Tony Bua.
Anthony Bua.
Yes.
Akibua was.
Where is Anthony, by the way?
We're together in Mutungo.
Okay.
We're both on the same hill.
Okay.
This country is known for 2 names, Akibua and Idi Amin.
Yes.
In terms of name checking.
Yes.
But my point is this.
Yes.
When I came back after 2 weeks, I started that regime. Rather than gym, Friday, I dance the hell out of the place, go home and rest. I'm ready for Monday.
Okay.
And I learned that mentorship. And they told me, Jaffa, learn to teach the next person who can help you. Okay. I see you're very comfortable with Patrick. Identify another 4. Okay. So that you have 5 people who at any notice can be able to replace you at short notice. I learned that mentorship, and they've taught us that when we're hunting. They taught us that when they taught us to shoot the gun. we did. Nowadays I see fashionable people going to do target practice. Demystifying the gun is fine, but these are the things how your parents teach you, whether it's to hunt, or how to
protect yourself.
And then I managed to teach, I believe, 5 people to do that.
Okay.
In 2005, I decided to resign. It wasn't a forceful resignation. It was simply my brain started saying, what have you done for your community? It's not a political statement. For me, those signs of issues of reconciliation, because I was meeting people with those same questions. Why is he having a good life and we didn't have?
Yes.
You know, you get such vibes.
Yes, his father did this to us, this happened,
You either become a victim or you victimize.
Yes. Those are the 2, It's actually African, it's happening everywhere in the world.
Now, sometimes you would want to be like a lot of people are doing. It's like you love your chicken, you know you're on a stage, so if you get 20,000 crowds, how easy is it for me to get a constituency? I'm trying to give you an example of my Kamacha son.
Yes.
He's beginning to realize how tough it is now. But if I can get a crowd of 30,000 to come and watch my show, how easy is it
to try and convince them
to move a crowd?
It's a different mindset altogether.
And not always going to be very successful.
Of course.
Of course, pushed by certain things.
Believe you me, when I started reconciliation, what I call community work, people are like, no, he wants to be a leader. Nah, this man is trying to get a platform for his politics. Like, my father was not a politician. I'm never going to be one. I might become a brigadier general somewhere, but I would never become a politician. You would not want to hear the straight talking that I'll tell you in parliament, without profanity, without abusive words. But I'll be able to tell you what needs to be done.
This.
But you do that in community work. My wife did not understand it. My children are like, we've gone down a notch. We've gone down a notch because I was upward mobile. But I said, look, sometimes fulfillment comes from unexpected corners. If you Google me, I've basically taken up my father's 2 million hits. You know, they're very strange statistics. Mandela hit 60,000, but Idi Amin hits 2 million. Just by name search. And I've practically inherited that. How I use it is what the politicians, the security people, or marketeers are like, but doesn't he realize how easy he could earn from his name? I said, I do know, but it's what I do with the name that matters. And that is the most cherishing and fulfilling thing I've been doing since 2005.
Wow. I just want to take you down as we actually wind up. The show is coming to an end today. The Elders Wisdom Circles is coming to an end. But before we bring this to an end with Jaffa, at some point people felt like you were running mad.
In what sense?
You used to walk and talk alone. And
did that happen?
Yes. At some point, you'll be walking and talking alone. And this happened at some point towards 2009, 2010,
Did that happen?
2012, yes. I would think that you were always meditating while or thinking in your mind and working and doing your stuff. But a lot of people say, Jaffa has lost it. And
let me explain that.
And I kept saying that I want to know,
Let me explain that. In England and in America, that is actually normal. It's actually normal.
I found myself doing the same thing at some point.
No, we do it.
I found myself doing it myself.
Voiceover. If I've learned my lines and I'm moving to location.
To record, yes.
To location.
To location, yes.
I'll go through the words.
To go and voice this radio ad or this TV ad, yes.
I'm the #1 voiceover in Africa.
Yes.
I convinced you to buy city tires, keeping you safe on the road. So if I'm doing that and you people think I'm mad, it's like you with your toggle talking. Isn't everybody with the
toggle is talking, yes.
Now, if I have mine here and I'm talking, doesn't that look like I'm mad?
Yeah, of course. It definitely.
Everyone in town.
Yes.
Yes. You remember the original ones with
the of the old days of Celtel. I mean, the Celtel,
the sweet one. I call it the sweet one.
Yes.
I hate this double.
I remember when growing up, General Salim Saleh, when I first heard of the mobile phone, the Celtel days, used to have this huge phone that looks like a brick. We'll carry the thing and we'll have that thing coming like this. I used to look at it, I'm like, look at General, it looks like cool. I used to enjoy the thing. I was like, one day I will have this one also.
There are two things.
Yes.
I was either on that, for me mine was a sweet one.
Yes. Just the one that used to be just,
around your ear. Because for us we said, don't mess the side of your temple.
Okay. Which is the left side, yes.
People don't understand that our phones have a lot of microwave waves.
Yes.
So a lot of us avoid it. Keep it on a hip. They said, but you're messing around with your next child. I'm like, where do I put it?
Yes.
I'd rather hit on my hips and I'm talking.
Yes.
Oh, somebody saw me talking and I was heading to the next
record
gig.
Yes.
We call it a gig.
The gig, yes.
But believe you me, in Africa, the reality of depression is existent. You reflect and you discuss the implications of your past or your future.
Okay.
And if you saw me doing that, I think I'm the most normal person, because the only way you can judge somebody's state of mind normally, the hygiene goes south.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is totally smart,
Yeah.
you can't question the mind.
Yes, of course.
But I've always been British. I succeeded in Uganda because of that.
Okay.
It is normal there.
Okay.
It's not normal in Uganda.
Yes. So I want to say this. You say you've always been British and it's normal there, it's not normal here. I just have a very, simple question to put to you as we wind up this interview. What did it feel like having been in that life? I will keep taking you back to that life, having been in that life of the first son and what it feels and the wisdom that you find. Please take a sip of coffee that your father kept giving you guys and stuff like in your own words. And now coming down to this old situation that you went through, the narcissism that you say has become a religion of us going, and you started experiencing this thing like way back in 1990s and it's still going on and it's becoming worse in the 2020 as you talk about. What did it feel like, you sort of like losing everything, being in the exile and coming back and starting all over again?
But we haven't lost everything.
Yes.
Everybody has a status they look for.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of greed or an urge to accumulate.
Okay.
That is the character of Jafar Amin. My brother can pass me by with a hammer or Mercedes Benz, and that's okay for him.
Yeah.
We live in the same town, the same city.
Yeah.
I'm a community-based person. The same thing that took me to the village was me saying, what am I giving back to society?
Yeah.
I have a low satisfaction level. Narcissists don't. They want everything, and it's about accumulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they become like the British magpie.
Yeah.
The magpie will steal every Rolex in London, and you'll find it in the nest after 50 years when they decide to cut the tree because they were making a new highway.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example of...
That's another wisdom, deep one, right?
Everybody will look for... The Prince of Wales lost his Rolex. You'll find it in that tree with a magpie in Buckingham Palace. Yeah? It took it off the coffee table and flew up to the tree.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've never been about want. But of course my children and wife have needs.
Yeah.
But I told you a very important thing at the very beginning of this show last week.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is what you expect from me.
Yeah.
I can't sing issues of Ebiafte because the day Kabaka Mutesa sold the country down the river in 1875 by calling in the missionaries, we've been selling ourselves short until today.
Okay.
Now, if you think that privilege has to be to the 9 families, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
I am totally contrary to the issue of politics of privilege.
Okay.
People always say, why aren't you demanding your houses? Why aren't you? I said, look, society wants this family to be punished.
Yeah.
It has become an acceptable norm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lean back and let you. I always have a British saying of do your worst. But you'll find me in the most unexpected of corners talking to the people who matter. Politics of privilege is not my way.
Okay.
Demanding what is duly mine.
Yeah.
In 60 children, how far are you going to divide? We've only lost 5.
Yeah.
1 boy and 4 girls.
Yes. And the rest
but the
of
55 are fighting over trinkets. Trinkets are what?
Yes, yes. And you use the word trinkets quite a lot.
Trinket is...
Explain the trinkets to us, because really, yeah.
Do you know the first trinkets? In Simbi. That was money, the original money. Whether in China, whether in China, our form of money is in Simbi.
Yeah.
Cowrie shell.
Okay.
Those are trinkets. The British would bring wire, knowing that the Maasai just love their wire. They would give you whatever you want, as long as you give them their wire. When the man was actually a Baluchistani, came to Uganda, they used to call him Ebirevu. Ahmed somebody. He brought them cotton. But it was the poor type of cotton called Americani.
Yes.
It's a very light, what we Muslims use for burial.
Okay.
All they wanted from us, due to their extractive agenda, was slaves and ivory.
Yeah.
So they exchanged trinkets for valuables.
Okay.
Now, how much more valuable will I be standing there and saying, I am the son of Amin, I demand such? Politics of privilege.
Wow.
Tribes are demanding it as a wholesale.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's we first. So, you first? But I'm up here. Yeah, but I'm first. I'm number one. I'm giving you the whole issue of politics of privilege.
Yes. And so how does that fit?
Yeah, I am comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
The day that your life is all about keeping up appearances, then you're wasting your time.
You've lost everything, yes.
No, you'll always be on that treadmill. Huh?
Okay. So, Jaffa, on the wisdom circle, on the elders' wisdom circle today, what would be our take home from this topic today that you want to leave us with as the wisdom of the week that I must speak from here and go with? And for everyone who is watching the show all across the world, thank you very much. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, this is Elders Wisdom Circles. All right, with of course Jaffa Remo Amin, aka Salongo.
My take-home point for today is the only narcissist notion that I accept is putting family first. I climbed mountains. I'm the most filmed person in my family. I've written a book. He's questioned my sanity, but I hope I've made sense to you. And the fact is, put family first. At 54, I hope to be able to say, after these 6 months of traumatic COVID-19 challenges, put family first. And by the way, it was a blessing in disguise that we ended up with the people you keep missing every morning, and you miss out on your last born sleeping by 9 because they wanted to stay up and wait for daddy. Those moments, you notice how you're going to cherish these 7 months of COVID-19. For me, it's a blessing in disguise, putting family first. And if you can always say me to my family, but also we to community, will make Uganda a better place. And please, it's not about insult. Insulting somebody is not a sign of intelligence. The narcissist in us would actually say, if I can throw a barb at somebody, insult a person, I've won the argument. Let's learn to debate. Let's learn to get insight out of other people's point of view. And my height is meaningless until I have to grab that mango faster than you do. Or my son dunking on a fellow soldier, and he's not even a soldier, but playing with tough men and succeeding. If I can be able to show the child that I'm putting them first, then that would be a change from the adjustments that I made from thinking about myself, because by the way, the corporate world is a narcissist, then that teaches us a lot of unsavory habits.
Okay.
The same people are earning so much money, they ought to be able to give back to family and make sure we put the family first. So if there's any narcissist notion or accolade we can accept, that is putting your family first. But please, no nepotism in a place of work or political status. It shouldn't be about politics of privilege. Jafar earning more than others because he was one of the 9 first families of this country. No. I am an everyday people and I am comfortable in who I am. But I want to make my children proud and comfortable in the pursuit of happiness. Can we put that as a new policy in Uganda? It's the only thing we should take away from America, narcissist America. Pursuit of happiness.
Wow. Jaffa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Salongo Jaffa Remo Amin, the son of the former president, the one who saw it first. And he said the first 9 families, the first family, the first
the first 9 families. It should not be about politics of privilege.
Yes.
Yeah. That word is narcissistic at the highest level. We should be about, it's the same word, we in English. But when they say Eviafe, they're actually meaning young.
Yes. So young. Even if you in the family who says this is Eviafe mind, it should be about ours going forward. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I thank you very much for being part of the Wisdom Circles, the Elders Circles. We'll be back next week on Saturday, same time, same place. Before we start taking the Wisdom Circle all across the country, speaking on the fireside and looking for the 1%ers of the wisdom.
Above 65.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes, very and we're looking for them and we need them.
Very disgruntled people.
Yes.
But they own everything.
Yes.
And they're responsible for our past. Remember that.
Thank you very much for being part of the show. Until next week, God bless you. And it's a wrap from us here at the Wisdom Center, or what we call the Elders Wisdom Circles.
aliye kama wewe, sijamwona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamwona sijamona bado bado aliye kama wewe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, sijamona Mungu mwingine kama wewe. Sijamona bado bado aliye kama wewe. Sijamona Mungu mwingine kama wewe Yesu. Sijamona bado bado aliye kama wewe. Aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe. Kama wewe nani kama wewe. Ya 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 yo nani kama wewe. Ya 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 ewe Yesu nguvu zangu nakupenda. Nakupenda sana.
You're my king, you're my savior, nakupenda. Nakupenda sana.
Umenipa maisha, umenipa uzima, umenipa na vyote ninavyo Baba. Nakupenda sana.
Love you, savior, nakupenda sheri.
Hallelujah. Nakupenda sana. Kama wewe kuna mwingine yeye. Sijamona wengine kama wewe. Oh, na lili na yemi bado. Singeti bado. Hakuna mwingine. Ni wewe, hakuna Baba. Bado. Ya la la la. Ya la 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 ya la. Bado. Ya la la la. Ya la 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 ya la. Yeah. Hakuna kama wewe Yesu. Hakuna kama wewe Baba. Bado.
Sawe tose kwejijo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi n'oguno omujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mpa Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinko
kuza bamanya oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke n'erumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese luganda
ipiaddi gye watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation copies nga zitunze
soka videos mwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi BET nze sitya losi
mwana wange losi nze njitya kyovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emitogi neginaddawo
pause nange bwentyo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinabaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okubabula ng'ogenda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana ng'ate mwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa sofi
bwe mba nsula wa sofi ye yangwana mulwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwengula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu uganda sizonya nti yeeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusomasome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi ng'oyo okwekalakasanga
ze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'eno asasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tubba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Signalise for Royal Highness drift on the beat Big Mott peace
Yeah, Moon G. A story began. He had big dreams. Ezokubera superstar. Nga MJ wala bomukabira. Facebook poster. Ebisawe nga bijula. It was all a dream. Nga bigi bwe yagamba. But buli we yatuuka nga kazindalo. Nga crowd emwoganira vayo. Yayimba nga yekwese mizindalo anti ku stage bamukubanga zichokolo naye nga champion nalemerako giving up teyakirowoozako he worked hard natuka ku radio bwe yakola video takyava na ku TV yo kati bwatuka ku stage nga bawugana the same people bamugamba nga vayo bapromota mu kusooka nga basalawa kati ekivulu bwatakibaako tekijja kukwatayo that's a champion kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe kyokava omusajja temumanyi yakuba ku buloga kati afuga eskaledi enju eri ku acres 2 that's a real champion that's a champion ono yaviira Masaka mzei boy yaweta teri kusoma school fees zabula yapakasapakasa era obusente bwe bwawera 12 ku macanga ali kuzidde Kampala Mowino mwe yatuukira okusuubula abayaye sente ne bazikuba yeyiyayi era n'asuubula endiboota awezezza emidaala ena Owino ne bajooca but no ebyokudda esakala yagaana obwongo obwesera ng'era yasala lwera yayiya ekijji wakati mu city center kusuubula jini kati yatwegombesa anti emali ajja China amaduuka awezezza 3 ku Nabukeera 26 landlord takyamukonkona mami asula muyenga sister asoma bwa doctor yarasa champion kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe omanyi street kid eyambalanga kasati kamwaka yero pasito omuyimbi kati bwalonkinga buli mwaka abantu ne bayitirira he's a champion. All I'm saying is teri kitasoboka yeah. Beera n'okukkiriza osobola okuva kataka ke kamwoki enkya ne bakusanga mu Emirates mw'ogusambira osobola okuva mu saloon enkya ne bakusanga nga Serena igwagikulira. All I ask big brother, have a little faith. Beera n'okukkiriza kasita obeera n'okukkiriza buli kimu ojja kifuna. Everything, anything, buli kye wali olonzeeko kasita oba n'okukkiriza. And you'll never take him to church.
If you believe, then you can achieve it.
Kati boda boda givukise manyi na kukkiriza enkya bagenda kusanga mu magulu 10 yo. Beera n'okukkiriza omupaka sidinsanyise manyi na kukkiriza Majestic Plaza enkya egenda kubeera yo.
If you believe, then you can
Beera n'okukkiriza. Student, work hard. Beera n'okukkiriza. Government sponsorship ogenda kutuukayo. Ne rapa atandika nawe beera n'okukkiriza waditane ekyazizo bwe kiri. Just believe. Set your heart to it. Believe.
You can achieve it.
Teweerayo okusaba enkya basobola okugamba mu Uganda etutte World Cup kase tubala okukkiriza. Beera n'okukkiriza ekyo olina emputtu.
Who speaks his mind out is naturally a person who knows what he's doing. Is naturally a person who cracks jokes. In fact, a friend of mine said he should just, every time he does a skit, he should just give him a moment and a share. He wants to pay for it. Richard, welcome to Creative Industry Talk. How are you this morning?
I'm very fine. You just reminded me. I've lost money.
Yes, you've lost money.
I've not shared with him.
Yes, he said whenever you do a skit, just send me and send the invoice immediately.
Yeah.
And I said, wow, I wish I would have a talent and gift like Richard, where I don't have to work very hard and the money just finds me.
Yeah. Boss, we sweat.
I know. But welcome to the program, Richard. We want to say thank you very much. And how have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah.
I have constantly been COVID negative.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume.
That's a very good one. Yes.
I've not tested in a long time.
Yes.
But we're okay. A lot has changed.
Yeah.
We have tried to change with the change.
Yes.
Yes. And
Okay.
along the way, you know, you discover here, you lose here. But we stay above the water.
Yes, yes. I just want to take you straight to Richard to the first question we always ask on the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Richard Tuwanje if I am looking for you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values defined as Ugandan? Yes, that question is usually a question that gets so many people punching on the streets of Kampala and across the world. If you ask them a question, who are you?
Yeah.
Some people assume that everyone knows them.
Yeah.
And yes, we see you on TV every other day. Yes, we see you all across Africa. But who is Richard in a nutshell?
That is a very difficult question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because personally, I believe some people's values change along the way.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, life is a game of, you know, discovery and rediscovery of self. But personally, I believe, plainly put, Richard Tuwanje is a Ugandan who is a multifaceted entertainer.
Yeah.
who has his hands in not just one thing, actor, comedian. I don't know whether I should call myself a singer. Yeah, I think I'm safe calling myself a singer, not a musician.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to sample that song already.
Yeah, I used to know.
Talk.
So I do a bit of music. I'm a producer on a wider scale because well, most of the art I do I also produce. Some with the team, some alone. And as a human being, I stand for good for all. Yeah.
Wow. That right there is quite a deep statement. I stand for good for all. I would like to take this moment, first of all, to welcome everyone to the Creative Industry Talk from all across the world. Thank you very much, all our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. I hope you did not jump on that plane and you're part of the 600 people from Afghanistan, you know. And of course, to all the creative people all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the space for the creative right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Richard,
yes,
welcome to the show. And now that we know you, and now that we understand who you are, just away from seeing you on TV, our topic on the Creative Industry Talk today is about creativity for business success in Uganda.
Yeah.
Creativity for business success in Uganda. When we posted this yesterday, a lot of people wrote back and they were asking, creativity for business success in Uganda. They don't even understand what creativity is. Now you are putting the mix of success in it. And I mean, how are we going to do it? So I said, well, we will have to have a discussion about this. And of course, we're going to be joined by Faizo Chiwewa. We were supposed to be joined by, Jeremy Biemanzi from Nomad Advertising. But unfortunately, Jeremy has got an emergency that needs to attend to. He will be joining us next week. And of course, we want to take a moment to welcome Faizo Chiwewa all the way in the outside countries. How are you doing in the cold?
Thank you so much, Eddie. I am okay. I just arrived like 5 minutes ago in Antwerp. It's I would say the capital of the Flanders in Belgium. So it's where I am, and I had to find my way to get to the show. So I'm very excited to join you guys.
Very much, Faizo. Thank you very much, Faizo, first of all, for joining us. I hope you have had a very good ride on the train. In Uganda here, when we talk about the train, we only remember in the 60s. I don't know whether Richard... Our train hasn't yet been...
I know nothing about trains in Uganda. I just read. What I see down there below Ginger Road, I think those are just carriers, you know. Wow. Train has.
Yes, and when my uncle tells me the trains were good, so seeing Faizo ride on the train in Europe is quite an amazing stuff. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. So today we want to just ride straight to this, discussion. I want to give you a context, Richard. There is artistic creativity.
Yes.
And there is a more general kind of creativity that we see in people that could also be called the ingenuity, innovation, the lateral thinking outside the box. We've heard people talk about this very much, or simply the problem solver.
Yes.
And we are going to mix the two together to basically find what is best for us in our discussion today. We're talking about creativity for business in Uganda and the success. But the context here is that creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking that always inspires people, challenges people, and also help people to find innovative solutions that create opportunities that we always use in our day-to-day life, okay? And of course, opportunities out of problems are key, and we're talking about the pandemic situation right now. The COVID-19 has brought, a challenge in the industry. But how are we turning these opportunities and challenges to actually create opportunity to solve the problems that we have or we all had already before? It is also the reason some individuals, of course, and companies attract our attention to either goods and services or to products that we need. Yes. It comes from the creative mind. The ideas, the amazing ideas, sometimes seems very, far-fetched, and other times is merely the follow have beaten, and some people really just go through with whatever the flow is. But today on the show, I want to take you straight to this background. And I want to start with you, Richard, right here in the studio. First of all, is creativity an important skill to have?
it is a very important skill to have. Unfortunately, it is not for all. Yeah. And I think, you know, the nature's laws, I think, dictated like that, because I mean, if all of us were creative, it would be so hard to cope with the world. I mean, you're trying to catch on this and something new has come. But that is where we are going. It is very important to be creative, because it helps you stand out in whatever sector. I believe it. You know, when you come, most of us are followers before we get creative. There's always a trend, whether in banking, the arts, the sports. There's always a trend, and that trend, at whatever given time in history or in the future, it will have been brought about by a few creative minds. So, like you said, it's the creative ones who create even opportunities, not for just themselves, but for others. And without just limiting it to art, it is so important that if a particular sector is so clogged with competition, chances are the one who is going to slide off the conventions will either stand out or it's not a win all the time. Because you can create your way to your failure.
That's true. Absolutely.
So it is important to be creative, but it's also important to create with high regard of the audience. That you're creating for. Most cases, creative people are also very egoistic. So when the idea comes and he likes it, you're not going to try and tone his idea down.
This is my idea.
To match the targeted audience. He wants to run it the way he has thought about it. So creativity is very important, but also most important is, who are you creating for?
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in outside countries, you've heard from Richard. Richard is saying that it is important that the creativity is important skill for a person to have. Do you agree with Richard, Faizo? And also on that background, Faizo, how do we, profit from the creativity in business, if at all it is important as a skill?
Thank you so much. First of all, to compliment Richard for how he looks. I mean, you can see that creativity has made on some weight. Despite all of us who are losing weight during this COVID, Richard is gaining weight, which is good to see that a creative man. Excitingly, I would say. I totally agree with his notion on yes, creativity is necessary. It's not for him, but it's also something that we need nurture in everyone. That's why we encourage our children at a young age to really try to practice different things, test different experiences, so that they could define themselves in the future, whatever course they take in life. Be not just redundant, dependent on what they're told to do or what they must do, but also be supportive of our community. And I'm always fascinated creatives really contribute to changes that we see in societies. And you can see in Europe, you find a lot of things done, but not necessarily provided by authorities, governments, but by individuals who find hardships in terms of their day-to-day life, and they think about solutions to go through these hardships. And those solutions then eventually become public necessities or public goods that everyone now needs to use. For example, you can, if you walk around, or if you move around, like just what you talked about at the beginning, the necessity of having a train. I woke up in Holland this morning at 6:40, and by 10 I'm in Belgium, and I'm having a congress here. So that thought of creativity to say, you can call it also innovation, to make people's lives easier, is really what our country would need more of this kind of input in our day-to-day life.
Richard, you've had the man woke up in Finland.
Was that meant to make me feel guilty? Because I'm the reason this show started late. Just from Muyenga to Bukoto.
Yes, he has juggled so much traffic and a lot of things have happened. But you see, Richard, that's why we're saying if there's a creative way of thinking about stuff, would be able to save and there'll be a lot more success. And that really resonate with our topic today. Richard, what jobs are in the creative industry? We're starting to build these things about our discussion today. What jobs do you think are available? You're already earning out of it.
The creative industry.
Yes.
First, it is so wide. Yeah. People look at the creative industry. When you say creative industry, they think about the creative performance.
Yes.
Yeah. But you see, those aside, we have people behind the scenes, the producers, the guys who do the technical work, and then the creative industry does not just carry the artistically creative or the performing artists. We are living in a time where, life has changed. The phone is now a performing space.
Yeah.
The internet is a performing space. So, you're holding your phone and you have a multitude of stages here. You're free to choose. The people who create all those spaces are also creatives. They are at a very different plane of creativity also. But all creatives are important. Personally, I think to a certain extent we are important in equal measure, because Mr. Eddie Okila is going to have a platform here that is so different from other platforms. And the reason he shaped it that way is to serve a certain segment of audience, TV viewing content seeking audiences. But Okila will need the performers on. Okila will be the producer. The performers will be there. The writers are going to get jobs. That's why sometimes me in Uganda here, like the only way we can have as many creatives incorporated into the creative industry is for those who can create to focus on churning out the art. The more art you put out, the more people you pull into the value-adding chain, of the final products.
Wow.
That I have experienced along the way when we seek to grow. You create more, and you realize along the way we have, brought in this big number of contributors to the final product.
Wow. Well, Richard and Faisal, this is a very interesting part of the show. The jobs that the creative industry have. I want to dive to Faisal in Belgium. Faisal, you've heard from Richard. What jobs do you think we have available in the creative industry?
I think, as Richard said at the beginning, the creative industry is really huge. When we start mentioning the sectors within, I would call them, some are sectors because they're informal, others are industries because they're formal. But there are also those formal and informal industries within the creative industry, or the creative arts, or the creative behavior, I would say. But the kind of jobs, let's start with, you know what we are doing. So we are in the arts. I'm a programmer, and that whole line of business you are familiar with. Richard is in the in theater and comedy, and that chain of business is very familiar to us. We know what they are doing, and I think maybe what is different in this case is like the acknowledgement of the actual number of people or number of jobs that are associated in our line of work. When people see Richard performing at the National Theatre or at the comedy scene, when they do it, their grand shows every month, people don't really understand the amount of work that is put in, leave alone the creative process of writing the skits they do, but also the backstage side. We are talking about costume designers, we are talking about set designers, we are talking about makeup artists, we are talking about communications person, ticketing persons, we are talking about advertising, radio interviews, TV interviews, and all these jobs. And when you look at the people and the amount of effort as well as the amount to this kind of work, it's appalling. And then these are some of the things that we know. But then when we shift to art forms like new media, when we talk about new media, we're talking about design, graphics. We are talking about advertising. We are talking about software development. We are talking about programming. We are talking about all these things. So when someone sees like Eddie, you're here hosting us, you're in Kampala, and we're talking to each other, they don't imagine the amount of work that was put all us talking to each other live in such a diverse space. So this is creativity, this is programming, this is thinking, this is offering a solution to a need that is identified, maybe not on a daily need, but it's almost something that you need once in a while. So there are so many jobs, they cannot be counted. But what I want to assure our listeners or our viewers is that we have, as within the creative industry, the highest number of employment opportunities. There are so many that need our services in terms of when we get it to work. And there are also those that, so many people that we need to make sure that we pull off our events. When I have Baimba Festival, as a small example of what happens within our day-to-day life, I have at least 1,500 staff working at one festival. Those include my core staff, they include service providers, they include volunteers, they include interns, they include, partners, sponsors, and all these people are at the festival making sure that everything goes on as it is planned. So I cannot start mentioning how many jobs are there, but to be sure, they are very, very many.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Faisal. Thank you very much, Faisal. Richard, I want to come back to you on this part. And of course, welcoming all the views from everyone who's watching the show. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and all across the world in all our platforms. By the way, we're live on our, www.houseoftalentuganda.ug.com. It's live, it's streaming for everyone across the world, so please enjoy. We want to hear your comments, kisses and disses coming. We love to hear them. We love to hear them. If you're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're doing bad, diss us. We are okay. We are creative people. We take this. Richard,
yes,
you've heard what Faisal just said, and I like the first two questions and three questions. I want to go to the third question, which is what are the types of creativity that we can profit from? We're talking about creativity, and we're always talking about creative people. Faisal just said something very interesting. 1,500 people worked at the concert, a festival. Whenever we see you on stage, we don't understand that the Fun Factory has got a shipload of people behind just Richard to look good on screen and to be looking nice and to speak whatever is speaking nice on stage. Yes. There are a lot of people behind there. So I want to just ask you a question. What type of creativity is there for businesses to harness? Given your experience as a stage performer, as a copywriter, which means you're writing a lot of copies to corporate companies for products to be communicated about, to be consumed. What do you think the types of creativity that is there that we can profit from?
As businesses?
Yes. As individuals as well as businesses,
yes. You just mentioned some of the most important ones there. First, just the creativity to produce art that can just touch people's hearts and lift their moods, and maybe also help them think in certain thought processes that they wouldn't have if they had not consumed certain pieces of art. That creativity is very important. That one is that, I think that is the longest serving kind of creativity for humankind, because I mean, since the medieval times, that kind of creativity is demanded for leisure. Now, creativity for business development, where some of these there are talents that can be applied in all those places. Now, okay, we have people like me who applied their talents in places in spaces like copywriting. Where you use your creativity to nail a message or speak to a company's potential customer and also speak to the one they have, so that you need that creativity between you, the brand owner, and the brand consumer. You need some creativity there to keep these people emotionally connected to your product.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes you might be good enough at designing the product. Yeah. But you're not as good enough at gaining and maintaining the confidence and emotional connect to your product. That is when you need people who can, pick that creativity off the stage, apply it in this business space also. The creativity of, the world has become so visual. The world is so visual that if you have a message and you do not design it in maybe typography, you're not going to. You have to apply some typography. So and creativity has really, to me, we are living in a time where creatives have to be very awake to the fact that the audiences that we are creating for are exposing themselves sometimes much more than we, the creatives.
And they're also becoming creative themselves in their own right.
So they attain a higher level of judgment of your art. That if you do not expose yourself better or more than they are exposing themselves, the audience will run away. It will be 3-4 steps ahead of you, and by the time you wake up to chase this audience and get it. It's not that you're not creative anymore. They have exposed themselves much more. And now, so creatives have to be on their toes because our audiences are becoming more creative.
Wow. Faisal, we want to dive to you in Belgium. You've heard, I think Richard just said something fundamental to understanding. If a business person is watching, they need to understand where Richard is coming from. If a creative person is watching, they need to understand that if you're not constantly putting your craft together, that audience that you're creating that product for is going to come for you. And once they get exposed, they might age you out, not because you're not doing something right, but because they're already exposed to a manner in which they can judge the product and know what is good and what is not. Just before we go for a break, Faisal, your thoughts on that one? What type of creativity do we have in theater and performing art, as well as, from a programming point of view, as a guy who is always doing stuff for entertainment? Whenever we are stressed, we run to you, and you guys give us relief. Faisal, over to you.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think, as Richard says, that one of the things that we strive for as programmers is always the consistency and also understanding our audience. Like the Fun Factory guys really mastered the audience. I think they have never really failed to fill a space, whatever big or small they occupy, because they know who their people are and what they want and how to keep them at the edge. I think it's the whole mystery around building audiences. How do you keep your people to they come to you? They are never bored. Speaking for Baimba, we've always developed I don't know what we call it. We call it the experiencing audience. Our audience is very experiencing. They always want to see something new. I think from the beginning, we've always challenged ourselves and challenged our audiences to bring in a new feeling of a new art form. That's why we managed to introduce new art forms that were not really much on the market, like video mapping, street theater. We did things like headphone disco. I don't know whether you know that. We know when we started it in 2009. And people always want to see what's new this time at Banimba. And when that drifts away, that you are not able to do the more, then your audience starts wondering what's going on. They start finding or trying to find other opportunities or other options. That's why they run away to other events. But at the same time, it might be also a good thing for you. For example, our cause in programming Baimba has always been about experiencing audience, but at the same time, we forgot about ourselves. Then we took off some 2 years of reinventing our programming and then the audience was confused, and I didn't blame them, but it was intended to kind of create this kind of tension between, okay, where do we go? Is it still the same Bayimba? But they don't know what's coming up for them, and I'm curious how they'll react when the new Bayimba comes back. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faizo. You don't know how the somebody just sent a message and says, you don't know how important this program is to me right now. I'm learning something that Richard has just said has tickled somebody. And he said, you don't know how much I've just picked from Richard in that small space. I've always seen him on stage just making us laugh. I didn't know the man can speak too much sense.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment.
I think you should take that as a compliment. You see, Richard, we're going to take a break, but when you come back, we're going to start from that particular point of where people just see you on stage and assume that this is the sum total of the person. And they never know that this person there's more to this person. Well, the creative industry is going for a break, and when we come back, Richard Chiwanje and of course Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium will be giving us a lot bit more about the differences between, you know, the creativity and innovation. These two words are always, you know, confused. And you stay right there, pick a coffee, and when we come back, we want to hear your kisses and disses. If you have some kisses, if you don't have, you know, disses, whatever it is, we're okay. The Creative Ministry Talk will be right back after the break. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Okay. Yes. I want us to talk about the corporate entities, the corporate society. I mean, the money comes from there to the creative art. For a long time, while the creative people are thinking the spaces to create this stuff, you know, most ad agencies are run by creative minds. And these creative minds handle. Welcome back from that break. This is Creative Industry Talk, where we sit and discuss things that affect the industry where we are. It's a platform that exists for everyone in the creative space to think. It's a platform that we come together to share ideas. There's a platform that we believe can bring together the creators and, of course, the policymakers on the round table to think and to come up with, you know, very integrative mind maps that allows us to take the industry and the development around our country and our individual projects forward. Of course, Richard, welcome back to the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium. We are missing, you know, Jeremy Bemanzi from the advertising sector. We would have had a fantastic moment with him right there. And we hope that Jeremy will be here next week. We think that this series of having Richard and Jeremy coming in and Faizo will run for the next 2 weeks. So if you're missing this one, Richard will be back next week. But we want to hear from you. I'll start by a comment from one Frank Tugume says, I'm always glad to be here. Oh. And a shout out to Richard on the show, and as well Faizo. And he says, I don't know how you guys are doing it, but Facebook is off in Uganda, but the show is on. And Faizo just
we are not in Uganda.
Tips, yes. Faizo just gave him a tip on that one of what is going on. Well, Richard, welcome back to the program. I want to take you straight to, there is this, you know, thinking Ugandans usually have, or generally, people always think that they see you on stage and they form an opinion about you.
Yeah.
And most times, because we are not being like politicians or sitting and wearing good ties and something like this, people assume that these are just funny guys. Even the president has said this funny people before. But until your colleague Annington Bujingoze said he was seated here, and then he met the president, and the president said, I was told you have a lot of money, you are rich. Then he says, no, I just have enough for me. But he says, you funny people, where do you get money from? It's just an understanding that people don't have around people. But what's your thought on that one? How do we help people to start seeing that we're actually more serious people than they think we are?
First, I think the people who have that kind of mindset, the mind is a very funny place. What you expose is what they take and they expound on that. Yes. It will never end on the stage. Yeah. So they see Richard acting a school child, they see Richard acting a headmaster, then tomorrow the other show you are a drunkard, they put you in there, they paint a picture of who Richard is, off the stage. Yes. And that picture will never be very far from the picture they see here, because you have given them the first brick to build their image of you. Yes. So me, personally, if I tell you my experiences as an artist and a creative who applies my creativity in different spaces, because I do professional emceeing for events of different sizes and shapes. Yes. But I know people who tell me when I get a gig, for example, they tell me, it was a process getting zeroing down to you as
because
a person, the bosses were like,
wanted this person here.
And we told them, this gentleman will nail it the way we want it. And it's like, but this guy, man, the kind of comedy he does, will he handle this very corporate event? And we see him about, like they throw around lines like, sio nazanyango mwana. Yes. Sio nazanyango batamivu. This kind of event. Yes. Yeah. Because you see, certain events I handle they're multinational. The audiences are not just Ugandan. And that goes down. It brings another issue, and all of us artists and creatives in Uganda have been victims of our own
creativity.
That is one, but also not working on our personal brands. Okay. It's just recently that we started working on our personal brands with the help of social media. People get to know the Richard Tuanje separated from the actor, the comedian, the entertainer. I think it's now, you need to work on your personal brand. Yeah. That is a given. There are no two ways about it, especially if your money, especially if you want to start earning while you're not performing. Yes. Because we are in a time where you need to earn while you're not performing. Because we've tested months where now there's no performance.
Yes, 1.5 years were.
And believe me, the talents in this city who have worked on their personal brands, and their personal brands speak for their personal brands work up a value for them, they still somehow survive. Yeah. Compared to those whose brand they know is just on stage, on stage presence. Because then you limit yourself to a talent that only earns per performance. Yeah. If you get that and expound on it, build a personal brand, apply your talents elsewhere, or even learn, because a lot of people have talents in this city, but they don't skill the talent. Yes. That's another thing. Then also separating the talent from his personality.
Yeah.
Also in our audience, because we can never not think about the audience.
Yeah.
The audience
is where the money is. It's where the business
yes.
is. That's where things come from. It's your product.
Yes. In better societies,
yes,
they know how to tell apart the talent and
yes.
the personality,
yes.
because the audiences also have a high understanding now of the arts.
Okay.
Here,
yeah, it's different.
Here is different. The audience is still in its infancy on that point.
Yes.
We are still pulling them up
yes.
to consider the arts a legitimate source of livelihood
and revenue.
Yes.
Wow. As a matter of fact, another one has come here and says, I like what Richard is saying. This is now giving us an insight into who he is and what this is about. Thank you very much, Richard. You've changed my opinion of you on this show. I was wondering how you're going to discuss this topic, which seems to be a little bit more of a corporate side of things.
Are you serious?
Faizo Chiwewa, we want to dive to you. They see you with your backpack all the time moving. They don't know you are a person who creates serious stuff. Right now you are in Belgium, while others are in lockdown in Uganda.
Yeah.
How are you doing it?
It's the perfect example, by the way.
Faizo, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just laughing about the comment on Richard because I find it fascinating. And of course, I mean, you don't, our followers or fans, because for them, as Richard explained, they don't have maybe the opportunity to explore the personality of Richard off stage, but they often on stage and also on skits on social media. That's what they carry. And yeah, it's not different from all of us. I mean, even for you, don't expect you to be or lifting heavy lifts in the gym early in the morning. So this is what happens, like when people don't really tend to have a deeper thought about an individual. But I think, I mean, for me, I don't have a definition of my private or personal or work life. It's kind of very intertwined. And of course, I try to keep as much distance, keep the mystery of me. I tend to be very much distanced from people, but I love crowds as well. So, and also maybe the other thing that you guys don't know, I'm very crowd phobic. So when there are too many people, I freak out. So I tend to be always hiding in the corner. That's why I'm always tending to be backstage when we have festivals, because I freak out when I see too many people or between too many people. But yeah, that's a personality. It's something we work on. But I think being what people expect of you, it's really difficult sometimes if you don't listen and you just see them and give them form your own opinion, and best you know or hear, or which I tend to ignore all the time. I think it's also good as you're building the brand of yourself to not to always be distracted by what you hear or know or hear or feel that people are saying or understanding of you, but on your line of work. And that's why for me, that's what I tend to do most of the time.
That's so true.
Well, thank you so much, Faizo, for that one. Richard, you've heard from Faizo. For a man who organizes festivals, is crowd phobic. I don't understand that.
I think it was his way of psychologically fighting back the phobia.
The phobia. Well, thank you very much, everybody who so far sent in their comments. And I don't know why you guys are always sending WhatsApp messages or Facebook messages. I want you guys to comment on the show straight live there and then. Send us your kisses and disses. We're very much welcoming them. Richard.
Yes.
I think you can see where we're coming from. The topic today is about creativity for business success. And I think you've already tackled a little bit of it, that the creativity, the things we have talked about right now, is something that people need to start thinking about. But I want to take you straight to my next question, which is, what is the difference between creativity and innovation, given the background of people's opinion about who Richard is, about who Faizo is, about who Okila is, about who any other, creative mind is? I bring the question to mind, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? Because I think sometimes we mix this thing, and you've said it in a very nice way. You said that as creative people, we were doing a disservice to ourselves. We're being one and the same on stage.
Yes.
And yet we're supposed to be completely different. On television, where I am more comfortable, they say that the character on television is really different from the character you're going to meet on the street. You know, and if you take the person on television to be the person you're going to meet on the street, you're going to be really shocked.
Yeah,
and so is on the radio.
Yes.
But I mean, dive into it. What is the difference between creativity and innovation when we're talking about success brought about by creativity in business?
That's a tricky question. But if you asked me to put it in one sentence,
Yes.
I'd say all innovation
Yes. Yes.
is creativity.
Okay.
But not all creativity is innovative.
Yes. Now you see that is where it becomes difficult.
You know?
Yes, you need to expound on that bit because there's a great line in between there.
Because yes, you need a creative mind behind every innovation.
Yeah.
There has to be. I think they are cousins. They are half brothers. Same father, different mother.
Yeah.
Because innovation will be mothered by the need to fill a gap. While creativity can keep this new innovation running and growing in itself as an innovation. Because you innovate. The moment you innovate, this is an innovation. This here, this here what you did, because I've been following. It's an innovation and it is going to grow. You can tell something that is going to grow. HTV is an innovation. But it needs constant refreshment of on a creative angle. You know, so I don't think you can really pull them apart. They are together. Creativity is the oil
that keeps running it. Wow. I mean, we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. It's a part that people don't understand very well. It's a part that either the corporates don't understand very well, or the consumers of the products that are in the market don't understand very well. And the typical point, case in point, is buy Uganda, build Uganda, boo-boo. It's completely confused. We don't understand the line between creative mind.
That is a very long conversation. but to pick from where you are on the corporates and how they don't get it. Man, you see, sometimes you look at the problems. When the problem has arose. But man, we have a backlog of conditioning and tuning. You know, we've come from a system that has taught us that this has to be passed like this. You know, this is when you attain success. Your success is based on when you achieve highly in these parameters. You get it? In these parameters. So we were told to operate, you know, in certain parameters that it becomes so okay for you not to stand out.
Wow. You're preconditioned to think that way, and that's it.
Yes. Until by the time you realize that, man, you could have done better, is when you are bored of routine. Because these corporates wake up to practice almost the same thing.
Same thing. A friend of mine said, until the day a brand manager is fired from his job, that's the day he started looking for a sheet of paper to write his notes or to print his CV. That's when he realized he has never bought a ream of paper. He didn't know how much it costs. He didn't know how much a pen costs. Then he goes to Nasaro to look for it. I
think the
reality is distracting.
The best company out of entertainment to really look at, to fully understand why creativity is important in business is Virgin. Okay, the conglomerate of businesses of, you know, Virgin, the umbrella of those businesses. Mr. Richard Branson. That's when you know if there is no creativity, he considers the business slugging.
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? I mean, a lot of people think that when you're programming a festival, it's one and the same, and that is it. And Richard has just given us a very nice perspective. But over to you, Faizo. What is the difference between creativity and innovation?
Yeah, I mean, Richard, creativity is like the fuel, and then innovation is the engine that needs that fuel to keep on, moving as well. is always this of finding new ways or new means of keeping, But the thin line between innovation and creativity is really up, I think. Whereas creativity could be just an enhancement of a space. You can, for example, the innovation, as Richard said, that HTV is an innovation. And the creative part of it is the fact that you have to continue creating new programs that are exciting for your followers and your audience. And I think that's the creative process, but the innovation has been done. But what makes innovation, what makes a product to be considered innovative? It's time, the test of time, and the fact that it has to be rendered relevant or useful to the target market or to the target audience. If you innovate a car and no one buys or no one needs to drive it, then it's not a very innovative idea. But you can have a car that you can work with in terms of continuing the process of revamping it, changing the color, or giving it a different style or a different design. It happens all the time, but you're not inventing a new car. You are basically creatively enhancing its look. So we always see innovation as a far process that has to be given time and also approved for the purpose, as well as creativity is the continuation of making sure that things keep exciting people, things keep being different, but also adding on to what is already there.
Richard, you've heard what Faisal said. Let's just get straight to how do we practice creativity? Given the context we have now given to it, the flesh we've given to it, for the businesses in Uganda to be more successful?
First, I think one of the key things is to adopt the mindset that nothing can limit imagination.
Yeah.
Imagination cannot be boxed up. It can't be put in it. You have to continuously imagine things better.
Yeah.
Because if you do not imagine them better, there's no now spark for creativity.
Yeah.
For example, we when we were starting off, we were trained actors, writers, directors. We had nowhere to get employment.
Wow.
We definitely, the natural thing to do was to run to theaters, to Bat Valley, National Theatre, look for, where you can be.
There are only 3 theaters, and we're channeling out thousands of people from universities every single year.
and by the way,
by
the time we finished, I think now conventional type of theatre ensembles were starting to die out slowly. So we had like say 3 or 4 that were major. We had the AfriTalent, Ebony's, Bakaimbira, and once in a while Alex Mukulu and a few other creators there. So there was no clear place to be accommodated. Because they almost have enough. So lucky enough, there was Philip Luswata who tried to imagine
things.
Imagine something new. Imagine a weekly comedy show. He imagined it, and to us, it was a little crazy.
By taking the young ones who are...
But because he was a lecturer, he dared. He dared. And he said, you know what, if we get space and we have the talents, we can experiment. We shall get a formula. If we don't get a formula, we shall know. You can tell the formula is nowhere. Then maybe we can figure out another way. He handpicked talent, and we started figuring out how to do a weekly comedy show. Back then,
which never existed before.
It never existed.
Wow.
There was no weekly comedy shows. Theater was linear stories. You go sit, watch AfriTalent do a play called Navasangawa, and you seated for 4 hours watching. It was fun. It was entertaining. But how do you stand out if you want now to also start? You have to bring something new. There's always a younger audience. Always. Or there's always an existing audience that has not seen something new.
Wow.
So he dared, He put us in the thick of things. We tried, and in about a year and a half, a formula had been gotten.
Wow.
After 1-2 years, TV saw the value of the show, adopted the show, put it on NTV. The rest was history. So I think with experiences like that, it takes, don't limit the imagination.
Yeah.
Whatever is trending, imagine it in a better way.
Yeah.
It will spark your creativity.
Yeah.
Then you have to dare. You have to dare. You have seen how hard it is for people to take on new ideas.
Yes.
Then you compare
yes.
the rigidity they had
yes.
when the idea had just come
Yeah.
and how much they are enjoying it
Yes.
after a span of time.
Yeah.
Because when we started weekly comedy shows, the ones in the city, even the audience was like, wow.
Who is going to watch this thing?
I mean, which Ugandan is going to make me laugh for 2 hours on a weekly basis? So it was a case of, you come. If you don't like, it's okay. The next week, they bring 2 other friends. It was word of mouth. By the time the entire world learned about the weekly comedy show, it had grown to 4 people at TLC to 1,000 people in the upper gardens of the National Theatre.
Wow.
Yeah, but now the trick is, now it is we who also have to reinvent it.
Yeah, or the innovation has to be continued being oiled by the creativity, as you said. Wow. Well, we are talking about, how do we, creativity, how do we make money out of creativity? How can creativity make businesses successful in Uganda? Richard is giving us a masterclass with Faizo on this one here, something that you've talked about that people don't usually take very seriously, Richard. I've heard people say, show me the numbers. I only see 1 or 2 people, show me the numbers. And you've just unpacked the whole mystery behind the numbers. That 4 people is now 1,500.
Yes.
But it did not start with 1,500.
True.
And for me, something that I've learned from you right now is that if you continue being consistent with whatever you are doing, if you dare, you repeated the word, if you dare, you said 3 times, then it's going to pay off. But many times we don't know how to keep the consistency of daring to do something new.
We give up very easily.
And one time a young person told me, says, well, boss, I'm not going to eat creativity. So, and so off he walked the door. And he says, the Nagala sent, if you don't have money, kindness is not going to pay me. I don't want to eat this. But that's a story of everyone. So Richard Tiwanje, Faizo Chiwewa, we're going to have to let Faizo run for his meeting. We are now talking about the global village. Faizo has been on the show, is running for his next meeting in Belgium, where he caught a train this morning. Imagine the day we can do that in Kampala. We'll catch a train to be in Congo, to do a show in Congo, in Tanzania.
It shall come. That time will come. I hope we shall be alive.
Yes.
We are going to contribute to the coming of those things.
Exactly.
It's a fantastic time to be alive.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, Richard Tiwanje and I are going to continue with the show until the end, while we're missing Faizo, who is running for his meeting. Stay right there, Creative Industry. We'll be back after this break. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
applicable to most of us in the industry. One, most of them want to work with an institution, or let's say a registered company. They want to come to FISO, and FISO is Bayimba, but they want to talk to him as Bayimba. You know what I'm saying? So there's a way they do their things because of probably how their structure is designed. You know, so maybe we also as creatives, we need to have, what's the right word? We need to have, or to put that effort, see ourselves organized. I think that's the problem we have. We're everywhere.
And nowhere.
And nowhere at the same time. When FISO suggests that, hey guys, I have given you a week, come to the island, let's brainstorm about how we can make these things work. One is going to go like, I don't know if FISO. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, our idea is
then he goes on whatever. You see it. So we've got all these kind of hurdles. And I think why the corporates are probably not even coming in to give a hand is because they don't even know where to start from. They don't know where. For example, if they ask filmmakers, Mudiwa, where do they go to? You see what I'm saying?
They have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think they have nowhere to go to. Then, of course, we have UCC. I think UCC, that's one of the biggest hurdles we have.
It's about, collect this from these guys.
Yes,
not be
and that's
unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate. But I pray that we sit with them on one table and make this work. That's why I think probably, and that's the biggest reason. That's why I think the corporate department hasn't come.
Welcome back from that break. I hope you've gotten a little bit of what we have been talking about here. There's that discussion with Musta in where we're talking about creative spaces in Uganda. For the first time in the history of Uganda, we actually have a creative space, Richard, in Uganda. There are 2 creative spaces for creative people to go. So you no longer now need to put on your backpack and you wear your shorts and enter the restaurant and then you think, because you're wearing shorts, you're entering a high-profile, sort of like restaurant and
give
stuff
you the
like
food
that.
bill and they are coming.
Yes, at the same time, and then you go. So we're talking about that on the show, creative spaces, and we wanted to connect this to this business discussion that we're having. Richard, thank you very much, first of all, for the last part of the show. I want to take you straight to, what does creativity bring to business success, in your opinion?
It's creativity allows you to stay ahead of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you'll be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there's not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company. But every organization has to have a leader that knows how to harness that creativity.
That's the point. That right there, you've spoken it.
Yes, because it's man. Our society, sometimes I think it is in our conditioning, in our bringing up, when people attain positions of leadership. They wear the boss clock, instead of,
a servant person,
that is when now you need to be part of the other ones and know who is going to be coupled with who to achieve something. You know, creativity is all over the place. Harnessing it is a challenge.
So in other words, you're saying every business needs to have that one leader, that one person who harnesses the creativity in the team that they have in order for that business to be successful.
Yes, if they don't have that leader might come and go, but a system has to be created, or activities. It could be just activities, regular activities. That if a consistency is kept, a lot of our ideas will bounce off creative people and create one big thing.
Wow. Well, that is one takeaway from Richard right there. How can businesses harness from creativity to be successful in Uganda? Richard, let's dive to the next one. I want to just go to this next question. Why is creativity very important for the success of our business, in your opinion? Why is creativity very important for the success of our businesses?
For me, creativity is I'll take you a little bit back from what I mentioned. Is you don't want to start something, for just starting sake. Businesses have to grow. Businesses have to grow in revenue and in how many lives a business touches. You know, so creativity is very important for growth, because business is not about just growth of revenue. Creativity is very important for growth of any kind of organization.
In other words, Richard, you're saying, even as an individual, if I am not creative, there's nowhere, I can't wear this exact same shirt over and over. Even Balaam had to change his t-shirt at some point. We're used to Balaam wearing one type of t-shirt, and then at some point he had to change. So you're saying that we've got to be, it's important, creativity is important in business success as good as in an individual life, that we are reinventing ourselves over and over, and we're thinking about these things over and over. Richard, in that context, how does creativity facilitate the business growth, or how can it facilitate the business growth in Uganda? Take, for example, you guys of the Fun Factory. You started at the backyard of Kampala, and now you are in the city of Johannesburg, and, you know, springing out from there and going to the rest of Africa. And I'm sure soon enough, somebody's going to see you from Hollywood and say, these guys, Annington was here and was telling us how you're producing, you know, 14 different skits every single week. He says that we are the only group in the entire Africa who has managed to do this.
Entire Africa. And then in the world, I think it's only Fun Factory and Saturday Night Live that do a weekly sketch comedy show. Maybe somewhere in the Orientals, Japan, you know, but sketch comedy. New show every week. Every week. I think that contributes to why, you know, we worked out a formula. We've been working together for a long time. We figured out each other's strengths, and we know I could be good, but I'm better when I'm with Dixon Zizinga. Because I know exactly how I and him can gel well together and create something bigger than if he did a skit on his own. So that tags into what I explained earlier. You know, creativity is there, harnessing it can be a problem. It is very easy to have Fun Factory and not to have a breakthrough till now. Because humans are humans. You have to know the creativity alone cannot be the winning horse. So you're saying, how does it facilitate business growth? I think you know, whether we like it or not, whether formally or informally, we research. We research. Some people start businesses because they went around, they had, it is basically accidental research. But if we in the creative business accept and manage our creative business as well as businesses are managed, because it is a business, then we need to research.
So research and development is equally very important.
When you research and you know exactly what they want, and you already have this creativity, it will just boom.
Wow.
Because for us now, you know, Ugandans are the only kind of talents that can entertain all English-speaking Africa.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are watching Nigerian movies here.
Yes.
Like they used to. Yeah? Now they are watching our content.
Yes.
But our research shows that when Ugandan dramas go to West Africa, West Africans find our dramas
more
superior.
Yes. To theirs.
To theirs.
Actually, a friend of mine, Utin Wachuku, who was in Big Brother, wrote to me one time and was saying the same thing. Yeah.
Now, you see, I'm going to tell you true stories here that will surprise you. But it is such research, not formally commissioned, that now allows us to even open the target wider.
Yes.
Because Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, even South Africa and Tanzania and Kenya can be our audience. Because before lockdown, we used to stream our show for 2 hours. And little did we know, it was Zambians and Malawians that were making the numbers. Until you act in Uganda, then you see comments. Banang, please go back to English. Then when you check their profiles, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda. Yeah.
Yes.
It is that good for us. To capitalize on that. There's a time we had a TV drama called The Hostel, and it was airing on all Africa Magic channels at some point. So Ghana and Nigeria were watching. A friend of mine called me and told me, Richard, I'm going to win a bet here of $300. The Ghanaians who I'm watching The Hostel with think you guys are Zimbabwean. They think Uganda cannot produce this kind of stuff. He told them, wait for the credits and you'll see. He won the bet, long story, cut short. And he told me, Richard, make it a point to create for English-speaking West Africa. And, that we knew years ago. But the resources to achieve that, the only way, the best way to do it is to now entertain Africa digitally. So now, Fun Factory might need Eddie as a consultant.
Yes.
Really, I don't think creativity alone can be a winning horse. Research
and development.
Research and development. Then okay, we can create in this line, but the money, according to what we now know, will come from Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, everybody. You've heard from Richard. In fact, I want to allow Richard to read this by himself. This is probably the longest of a comment here. I want you to read that comment loud to everyone. This is coming because sometimes when I read the comment, people say yes.
This is thanks a lot, Mr. Richard, Tuanje, Kofi, and Chiwewa. I still think more thought should be put into which word is this?
Yes.
Just want to delineating
delineating the arts, yes,
and cultural sector, creative sector, and separate it from the umbrella creative industry, especially to support policy and decision making. A businessman selling healthcare products is part of the healthcare industry, but not a healthcare professional simply because healthcare is well delineated. Please excuse us if we don't pronounce
delineating well. Very
I'm from Chiruhura. You cannot run away from yourself. It makes sense that we clearly delineate. I think it's delineate. Delineate the arts and culture sector. From the big umbrella, creative industry. Wouldn't you agree? It is also possible. This is more academic and less practical. I agree with him.
Yes.
I
also agree with him.
I really agree with him. We need to delineate it. We need to create a proper lane for the creative, the arts and cultural sector. Though it's fueled by creativity, but it's the arts and culture sector. What we can just say is, at some point, if creativity has to help business growth, some basics don't change.
Which is always a constant. And then Richard, I want to just put this to my brother there. Thank you very much. First of all, my brother, Mr. Keith Nyende, you raise a fantastic point right there. And teacher Mpaire says, I love this conversation. So that's a
By
shout
the
out
way,
for you.
Keith, I know Keith is one of the brightest cultural entrepreneurs in our times.
Yes.
That guy was the brainchild behind Nyege Nyege.
Wow.
Wow. He was the first person to imagine wider and dare to do a festival on the Nile.
Yes. Wow. And thank you very much, Keith. Thank you very much, Teacher Mpare, for being a part of the show. I want to dive straight to a comment coming all the way from Australia. Dennis in Australia is always a constant guy watching the show. Wow. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard Coffey onto the show. Is one of my favorite actors out of Uganda. He keeps me out of home, you know, happy. I am glued to, you know, watching the Fun Factory all the way. I live in Sydney. And thank you very much for bringing these guys always on the show. Tell Richard to continue channeling out the things that I love. And people don't understand that this particular discussion is good for us because we don't usually get sort of like the interesting ideas that come out of Uganda. There's no TV that looks after the people who are in the diaspora. So Richard, shout out to you.
We're just having that conversation because you came back.
And I want to go to a WhatsApp message here coming from the US. First of all, shout out to Coach Anthony Ndaula and of course, you know, my professor from another mother, Professor Penny Nachayo, Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Ugandans are in big places.
You are rubbing shoulders with the...
And
I need to get in touch with
that one. You know, she always said that we need to come with a design identity for Uganda.
That's
design identity for Uganda. So Professor Penny Nachayo, thank you so much. Yes,
that is very important.
And Anthony Ndaula, I want to dive out to JB Atine all the way in Belgium. Says is always loving the discussion. JB is into the IT sector in Belgium, and these are big people doing serious consultancy in you know, outside countries, as we say it in Uganda. Guys, shout out to all of you guys. I want to go straight to my brother from another mother in Denmark. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard to Wanje. Faizo and Richard today nailed the show. I wish Faizo wasn't running. I would want to hear more coming from those fellows about how we can actually make money out of creativity. Most businesses in Kampala, back in Kampala, think that creative people are crazy, but no one will buy a tomato that is packed in a sack, but I will buy a tomato which is nicely packaged and put in the kavera that I can see with a label made out of Uganda or product of Uganda. That's what creativity does.
Wow.
You
know, and you see, simple. It's just usually a simple twist. Yeah, that creates another breakthrough.
Yes.
And you see, most of the creative ideas that change the world or change sectors or bring in new trends, you look at the idea and you're like, whoa, how is it that I didn't think about that? You know?
Because the smallest thing, Richard, are usually the most difficult thing to people to see. That's why creative people needs to be paid money.
Yes,
because the thing that you're looking at it as very small is usually the biggest thing that people are looking for. And I want to dive straight to South Africa before we we need to come back and finish the show. That gentleman on the show is my best actor in that comedy show. I am a guy who love watching the things. It's an amazing to see him at that calm, that professional, and out of the stage, out of character. I'm actually discussing how we can take things. I'm a Ugandan living in South Africa. This channel is my place to be.
Wow.
And thank you very much, guys. I want to just take Richard back to the show. I told you to send your kisses, and this is coming. If you think we're not doing well, please diss us. If you think we're doing well, kiss us. Richard, this discussion, I know it's going to be a very important discussion to most people. And of course, we're going to be looking more into having a discussion with you going forward. How does creativity, Richard, or rather, my last question to you actually for the day, why is creativity very important for an entrepreneur? The world describes Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
But Ugandan businesses that are usually started, as they always say, die before they see the next birthday. In fact, to me, we don't go beyond 6 months of our existence. And people are always wondering that Ugandans are very creative, they're very entrepreneurial, but how businesses don't go beyond that. Richard, there's a university or an organization that did research studies about entrepreneurology.
Okay.
You know, about Uganda as being the most culturally diverse country in the world.
True.
And I think the Virgin, you know, sort of like paid money for that research to come out. Now, all of this research is about Uganda. It's about the people out of Uganda. It's about Africa. It's about why is it that our businesses don't go beyond that? And today we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. Yes. My last question to you for the show is, why is creativity important for an entrepreneur? Because most people start businesses and think that they're just going to run. I don't need a designer. I don't need a copywriter.
That's true. It is very important for you know, at the core, the simple basic of being an entrepreneur is you're presenting something new, or you're solving a big problem in a new way. That is, maybe you're making it comfortable for your target audience, or cheaper, you know, or you have basically killed or presented something new to buy and give people an experience. Because I think we can never think from the standpoint of the entrepreneur. We have to think from also the standpoint of the buyer.
Yes.
You know, what is the experience? Or what is the convenience that you are causing? Now that means you cannot come and do exactly what has been around. Now for me, in my thinking, I think that is the biggest problem with entrepreneurs or business startups. There's a syndrome we have as Ugandans. We come to fit in. We want to fit in. You think you can be a good singer, you come to fit in into what is happening. You think you can enter the whatever kind of business, you come to fit in, not to present it in a better or different way or convenient way for the end consumer. So for me, that is the challenge. Now, if you are not going to fit in, you need to have creativity. You need to work with teams. Like I told you, Fun Factory is made of like 10, 12 very creative minds. But Dixon's creativity amplifies mine, or mine gels well with his, and a big product is created. Dixon alone can earn all the money he wants if he's well managed. And I can. But if we figure out
come together,
what we want to bring on the table, if we want to sell it to, say, entire Uganda and Bantu-speaking, Africa, then we have to put together a team and hit it. So for me, don't fit in. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to fit in. Twist what has been around. And how are you going to do it if you don't get creative teams together? But I don't know. We need a creative hub in Uganda where you know, this is my idea, but I need a brain like Okilas. Then I need so and so. Where we are so weak also in Uganda is we are so weak on partnerships.
Because we're very individualistic in our nature, in our thinking. You know, we're quite very myopic and quite very mediocre-ish in a way of doing things, if the word exists. I'm talking about the word mediocrity striving where there's ignorance.
In Uganda, man, mediocrity is a standard. It is a standard, as they hit it like chukulie.
Well, guys, I told you this show is going to be very interesting. Richard, we're going to bring the show to a close. Creativity for innovation and profit. What's your score?
Creativity for innovation
and profit. Yes, what's your score?
How I've done over the years. I think I am happy that I am above average. 6, and I know now how to earn the other portion that I have not.
The 4.
Okay. Man, it is a good thing to be consistent. Along the way, we had many reasons to give up, man. Many reasons to give up. But man, bro, if you have a dream, if you see what it can be 10 years from where you're standing, it gives you a reason to keep going. While you think it is big, you might even hit it in 4 years, and then, you know, So let's say I'm there, 6.57. You're going to be seeing what we are creating.
Yes.
By the way, personally, I'm happy COVID came.
So it wasn't really negative as everybody put it. Yes.
No. For example, it's because we are not here to specifically talk about what we did, or is it okay?
Please, yes.
When we went for total lockdown, it hit us. You know, we had a weekly comedy show at the National Theatre.
Yeah.
Every week we do 52 shows.
Yes.
Yeah. A year. Fresh new shows. Then we have for the affluent Kampalan who wants to pay 100,000 shillings. Then we have some at the Serena that reports there. But now this is total lockdown. We went into lockdown. We thought it was going to be 1 month. It became 2. It became 3.
90 days became 140.
Towards the end towards the end of the second month, we figured things were not going to be the same again. So we got what our craft and what we used to produce. It was the raw material we used to churn out comedy shows. So we decided now to use this craft to produce content that fits the times, awareness about the COVID. But the water had to be comedy. We had to crack people up.
The ingredient was was that.
We had to crack people up. They needed to laugh in their
The world was stressed. The world needed some laughters.
You know, when we went into lockdown, our videos would have, say, 100,000 views from the previous night. 100,000 from the previous night. But now, during total lockdown, when we started putting out really funny content, that is bearing, had a bearing around the COVID-19. You put it up, and in 24 hours, it has 600,000 viewers. So we went on with that. And when we started, partners were watching. Not partners then, partners now.
Because they never come at the beginning of it. Most have said they need to come now, because if they're not part of us now. In fact, Pfizer said,
by the time
the corporates don't come now, we don't need the corporate. We will be corporation ourselves.
But you see, we have a big part to play on teaching them how powerful, how really powerful the arts are in driving business. Because
which is the essence of this show today.
You know,
please.
And you see, for us, that is how we have survived, by using the craft now in a different space. So we did that. MasterCard came on board, Twaweza, and that's how we've been doing it. Now, why I say we need to teach now the business sector how important the arts are. I do advertising copywriting. Sometimes I sit in boardrooms and they are giving me briefs, and they really want an ad that can touch people, not just communicate. But most cases, you go through a session of schooling them on why what you're creating will work. Because it is, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but most people who preside over big offices that make decisions on how a product is going to be communicated, or the brand, we still have a lot of them who operate textbook. Proper textbook.
It's a standard operating procedure.
Yes, these are the parameters. But we guys know the temperature of the audiences.
And the consumers.
Yes, so you have to tell them, if you really want to do mass market, we are going to get off this lane a bit, put one foot this side. So there's always that fear of risking, because they are not managing their own money, some of them.
And they often take back the budget. Navi was here on the CEO bench, and he says, I really get mad when the marketing manager is taking back the budget meant for marketing, and he's taking it back. That person should be fired, because why would you be given the money, a budget to market things, and you're taking it back? Well, Richard, thank you very much for coming to the show today. We will definitely be bringing you back next week to discuss the importance of creativity in making businesses successful. We've started the drumming of these things. What are the importance of business, of creativity in business, and how can we harness that, processes and the importance of that to make businesses more successful in Uganda? Everyone is crying in Uganda or in Africa or across the world, but I think that we can do something that will allow us to get there, allow us to understand how we can use creativity for businesses to be successful in Uganda. Once again, I want to say thank you so much for coming to the show. And of course to Faizo, your final parting shot. By the way, excuse me, you are heavily heavily, requested to come on the show by so many people. When we started the creative spaces, and we brought, most to talk about the creative spaces, and Faizo is a resident panelist here. They said the next topic, when you're moving away from creative spaces, you need to bring people who are going to tell us how creativity can be used in business for it to be successful. And overall, there was a lot of nomination for you to come onto the show. There's a lot of vote for, my brother from another mother, Jeremy Biemanzi, to come on the show. Wow. And our job is to make sure you come to the program.
That is very flattering, because I don't think I've informed myself very well, but I'm on that path.
Yes.
But what I know is, we are not in a bad place, but there's a lot of growth we can achieve. And most importantly, we need to inspire the generations that are coming after us, because we have a generation that really wants things to be easy. When
and
you
if they're not grounded, it might be very problematic.
Lucky enough, they are in a time where actually things can get easier than they were for us. If they get to know the basics and what to do while you keep the patients on.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Creative industry has come to an end, but we want to close up the show by allowing Richard. He said at the beginning of the show that he's doesn't know whether he's a musician or he's a singer, so we want to know. He's going to close up the show with that part of the show. Is he a musician or a singer? You're going to vote for yourself. Over to you, Richard.
I'm a singer who sings for fun.
Yes.
Yes. So I get surprised when people pay. But anyway, do you know I started out as a singer?
Yes.
It's something I shocked myself.
Yes, and also see what the target you had in you. Yes.
Had I known what I know now,
yes, yes,
then
yes,
I would have had to fly in for this interview.
All right, guys, the creative industry, it's a wrap from us here. Richard Ediokila, Faizo Chiwewa in Belgium, and to all of you guys all across the world, we want to say thank you. And to the crew here that makes this camera and the lighting and the things looks really beautiful, we want to say thank you. It is a teamwork, not Okila work, that makes things happen. Until next week, we'll be talking about the importance of creativity in making businesses successful, both in Uganda and all across the world. Stay right there. We'll be right back next week. Signing out, Ediokila, Richard, Faizo. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trav, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much.
Yes.
CEO of, you know, whatever.
Yes.
They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you.
Yes.
And the goal
Yes.
is to weaken you financially.
Yes.
Is to weaken your honor.
Yes.
These are slanderers.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night
Yes.
to ask and learn about me.
Yeah.
And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. See, so one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually also
confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyeitodeke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
My name is Eddie Okila. I'm a fitness coach and I'm very passionate about health and fitness of a human being. I believe that your health and fitness is equal to the sum total of your wealth. You cannot make money when you are not fit and healthy, and neither can you wake up in the morning to go and work to get paid to have money if you're sick. Why do you have to find a fitness coach, not a gym instructor? It's because a gym instructor is trained for only two things or one thing: teach you how to use the machine whenever you show up in the gym. That's it. But a fitness coach is going to tell you, number one, I need to understand where you're coming from. Number two, I need to understand your muscle systems. Okay. Number three, I need to understand and study your cardiorespiratory capacity. Is it good enough before I even put you anywhere to start doing anything called exercise? So today, I'm going to focus on two things. Using just push-ups. And the push-up is going to help you build your chest. It's going to help you improve your cardiorespiratory capacity. That is if you're doing them as a set, but not just as one thing. So I'm going to answer the question of what exercise you can start with. Follow the video and let's get into it. Everything you do must be done in 3 sets. Okay, so we're going to start. The first thing we're going to do, we're going to start with the volleyball block jumps, what we call the quick jumps. So put your hand up like this and count from 3 to 1 when everybody is set, and then you start. So 3, 2, 1. So that will be your first set, okay? You're just getting yourself warmed up. So we're going to the first set of jumping jacks. And I'm starting with my shoulders open, okay? Working everybody. Okay, that will be your first set. And when you've done the first set of jumping jacks, go back and do your second set of the volleyball jump. Everything we do in the workout must be done in 3 sets. That is your second set, okay, of the jump. You're going to get some pain if you're doing it for the first time, and that's when you'll know that you've actually worked out. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. That will be your second set, okay? Make sure those 3 sets are done. You see I'm already sweating, right? I've not done the running like the president did because I don't have a bigger sitting room like the president, okay? Neither do I have an office bigger like the president. But what I have is I'm working within 1 meter confinement. So we're going for the third set of jumping jacks. 3, 2, 1, let's go, okay? That's your third set. See what is going on, okay? No big place needed, but you have to know what to do, how to do it, when to do it, okay? And which muscles to work on. That is very important for your workout, okay? So, lock down and lock you out. You're not allowed to move out, but this you can still do it here. I'm improving. This is what we call cardiorespiratory capacity building, okay? Your aerobic capacity. Again, there's something I need to talk about. Every time you go to the hospital and doctors tell you, oh, we have treated you now, so you go and do exercise. Where do they send you? They have to send you to a person like me who understand the things they don't understand. The doctor don't know how to work on the muscle themselves. So in other words, I tell you, do this if you want to prevent yourself from getting this, which is before you get to that person. So when the doctor sends you back from the hospital and say, go and do exercise, that process is called restoration. For you to restore that, you need a person who understands human kinetics very well. You need a person who understands the human muscles and how they work very well. We're about to finish our workout from where we started. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Take the right leg and pull it straight. Take the left one and pull it straight. Put your stomach up. All right, we're going for the last set of push-up. Never changes. Maintain everything to the core. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go, coach. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Up. Sit. Ready? And stomach. 3 sets. Elbow down. Elbow here. Ready to go? Okay. Counting 3, 2, 1. Coach, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 6. Okay? You have finished your workout for the day. See you next time. Stay safe.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn. I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism, It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent UK.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyetodeke goes on to say, or I think it's a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
it is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okiela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually catching the CEO bench from, is Irene Esther Mutuzo, a young girl springing out from the suburb of Kampala, Uganda, the capital city of Uganda. And of course, going around the world and doing many things across the world. She's a lady on a rise, the young lady on a rise to the top. And with about 25 nominations to come to the CEO bench, we of course have Irene this afternoon or this morning or this evening on the CEO bench. Irene, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here.
You're welcome. Yes. And we just want to know, who is Irene Mutuzo in a nutshell? Are you Ugandan? If yes, where do you come from? What are the values that define you as a person?
Okay. So Mutuzo Irene Esther is a Ugandan. I come from Kisoro. I was born in Kampala, particularly Mulago Hospital. I am a firstborn of two very great parents, my dad and my late mom. We are four in our family, that is me and my siblings. I love people. I love to speak. I love to write. In my work, I work as the head of business growth and PR at Liwala, which I'll be talking more about. I also love to write poetry and perform poetry. The values that define me, well, I'm a Christian, and I believe that our lives are sort of like a masterpiece that God has built, and we are here to serve. So for me, it's more on godly principles, things like humility, things like forgiveness, things like listening to others, treating others well. So those are the different values that define who I am. And hard work and learning, continuous learning, being humble to always know that I don't know it all. So I need to learn.
Wow.
And there's always something to learn from someone.
Yeah.
Whatever category they're at, whatever class they're at, there's always something to learn from everyone.
Wow. Well, welcome to the show. This is Irene Mutuzo, who is our guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this afternoon, this evening, depending on which part of the world you're watching the show. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone all across the world, all our brothers and sisters in the US, those who are staying up late to catch the CEO Bench. And of course, Dennis is in Australia, and of course, Professor Penny Nachayo, the Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Welcome to the program. I hope we'll be able to put everyone to sleep. And Irene, what a moment in a journey that we're going to have this morning. I want to just take you straight to the story of Irene Mutuzo. Growing up, did you ever see yourself being where you are today?
Honestly, no. and I'll tell you, and I like to share this story because, you know, it defines me. So growing up, I actually used to struggle with stammering. And even to date, on the days I'm not mentally prepared, you'll notice that I will stutter a lot, or I will have a lot of long pauses in between my sentences, because those have become my coping mechanisms. And I remember in my S1 at Navisunsa Girls School, I'd actually, you know, going in, I'd got into the debating club, and then I realized that I loved to speak. I could actually speak if I put my mind to it. And I actually made an impression, and I was given an opportunity to read the news on a Monday assembly.
At school?
At school. Well, I practiced and practiced, and I went to read the news. I get to the podium, and I don't know what happened, but I froze. I literally froze and kept stammering and stuttering, and for lack of a better word, it was a disaster. And I walked away from that podium, vowing never to speak in public, lest I embarrass myself. But I remember, and a couple of weeks later, I kept shying away from public speaking opportunities until I told myself, you know what, I can let this define me, or I can rise up from it. So I kept, you know, I went back to debating. I went back to learning how to speak. I got into speech competitions. Did I win them? Not really, but I kept getting better at it. And even today, I'm getting better at it. And I always share that story because now in my adult life, I literally speak every day for a living.
Wow.
And even in my previous roles, I've been in marketing, I've been in PR, I've been in communication. I never ever thought that's the path I would take. But you know, things happened. I always thought I would probably be an engineer or a doctor. Then somewhere in my S6, then that's when I realized, okay, I love to speak, so I thought I would be a lawyer. Then I realized that I want to understand people, and I love to understand people. So I get into psychology, and then I realized that there's a lot more about people to learn from and to share and communicate.
Wow. Irene, let me take you back a little bit. For all our guests and rather viewers viewing the show from all across, you know, the world, and people who do not know you very well. As a young girl growing up in Uganda, you earlier on stated that you spring or come out from, you know, Kasese.
Kisoro.
Kisoro.
Yes.
So
I'm a Mufumbira.
Yeah. So if I'm watching this show and I want to know what happened in Kisoro, and this girl I'm seeing now, all nice, beautiful, put together, but I don't know where this Kisoro is, which part of the, you know, Uganda is this place from. Take us a little bit back about your journey from childhood and the ancestry of Mutuzo.
So I won't lie. It's not that I grew up in Kisoro. No, that's you could say that's where my village is. My village is actually on the border of Rwanda and Uganda. So that's where my village is. But I grew up in I could say my parents had very humble beginnings, and as a firstborn, I saw that. So we went from a one-room apartment in Kisubi, Kasubi. It wasn't even called an apartment, but I'm just saying the word apartment. So I saw my parents really work hard and go to where they are. And that also sort of had an impact on me. And for me, when I was in school, I just always wanted to do more. So I was one of those kids that was everywhere, just trying to do more. Even when I wasn't good at some things, I just wanted to learn and do more. And particularly, I could say my work life began when I was about 14 years. I was chosen to be part of a group to begin a pull-out, then called Teens, at New Vision. Now that pull-out
Teens magazine, the publication, the New Vision, the publication that comes out with.
Now it's called Swag, but then when we were starting it out, it was Teens. So that's how I began my work journey. So at first it was, you know, something you do, you like. I would keep sending in articles, I would keep writing. Then in my S4, I had some time on my hands, so I went in and I was also helping out with the editorial work. And then I grew in my writing, I grew in my communication. Then, particularly in my S5, S6, then I was the president of the debating club of Navisonsa Girls School. And we had, you know, this dream to have the biggest debate ever. And we kept trying to look at, you know, which person we would invite as the guest of honor. And one of the people that came to our minds was Mr. Robert Kabushenga. But because, you know, he was quite popular that
then
time.
He was the CEO.
Yes, then he was the CEO. And he was quite popular. And, you know, one of those people that is very difficult to get. We were quite scared on whether he would even come. So we even had a plan B. Now, because I had been at New Vision writing, my friends thought, oh, now, Irene,
you are here?
You are here, you can get this done. So, so I was put on a mission to get Mr. Kabushenga to come and be our guest of honor. And I remember taking that letter with our patron. I thank God he wasn't there because I was so nervous. And but he responded to the letter and he came. And when he came, you know, indeed the debate was really big. It had all this coverage. And he was so impressed with the organization, and he told us, you know, the cabinet can come and work at New Vision, like voluntary work.
This is the debating cabinet of the Navisonsa Girls School.
In my year. So we ended up having could say VAC job. And you know, when VAC came, my friends were like, okay, Irene, Mr. Kabushenga promised us this opportunity. Please go and ask. so being bold, yes, we did go and ask him, and he was very open. And he made sure we got those opportunities. And I remember him telling us that if you work hard, you'll actually get full-time jobs. So we worked hard, and we ended up getting full-time jobs. So I was at New Vision for about 4 years, and throughout my campus life, I was actually working at New Vision. Then in my third year, now when we had to do the usual internship, I also got an opportunity to intern at the United Bank for Africa. It was meant to be for 3 months, but I'm humbled that they liked the work I was doing, so they kept me on for some more months. And that particular year was tough, very, very tough.
Why do you qualify it as a very tough year?
I was juggling school as a finalist, and you can imagine I had exams, I had a thesis. I was still at New Vision because I felt it wasn't yet my time to leave. I still wanted to learn, and then I also had the internship. So my day looked like 8 to 4, I'm at the bank. After 4, I ran to New Vision. Then I was doing evening classes, so at about 7, 8, I'd then take a bike to class.
Wow.
And that was my day. That was.
So which campus was this?
It was at Makerere. Yes,
All right.
But I'm glad that, you know, I went through that season. It taught me resilience. It taught me the ability to juggle a lot of things. I learned so many skills. So many skills that I would later use in my year. I'm glad that I didn't fail at any of the things. I actually passed, and even in school, I was on top of my class. So it just pushed me to work hard because I knew I didn't have time.
Wow. Irene, I mean, hearing your story, you sound so mature at that age. You sound so very organized at that age. And we often don't find people within that age bracket that would be very organized and very sound to be a little bit more astute in what they want, looking at what they want. How old were you, and where would you place your ability to be that organized, to be that very, you know, what I would say, upright in the mind, that you know what you want to do, you know how to get it, and you're stuck to that point of saying, I will do it. How old were you, and what was your driving factor, to say the least?
Well, I could say I was about 19 to 24,
yes.
23,
yes.
23.
Yes.
I know I wasn't organized.
Why do you say you were not organized?
I was just trying to figure out life,
Yes.
and I thank God that all these opportunities came to me, and I grabbed them as, like, you know, sometimes opportunity comes to us once.
Yes.
And I believe, I'm a firm believer in nothing happens to you
by accident.
By accident.
Yeah.
And God has a reason why that thing is happening to you.
Yes.
God has a reason why He's putting you in that space.
Yes.
God has a reason why He's putting certain people in your life.
Yes.
So for me, it's not by accident.
Yes.
And I can tell you, no, I wasn't organized. Yes. I was someone learning,
Yes.
and you can imagine someone learning on the job.
Yeah.
And even later, after now graduating, I now started working at Brighter Monday.
Yeah.
Then after Brighter Monday, I began working at Green Hill Schools, where I got my first, I could say, opportunity as a young manager.
Yeah.
And even in that role, I learned, my God, it just stretched me, and I learned and I grew. Because, you know, as a manager and as a leader, of course, you know, when you're older, there are certain things you have seen over the years. But we young managers, at times we need to learn things by doing. And we also need to learn by asking questions from people who have been there. So particularly that opportunity to manage people, you know, some people who are much older than I am, the opportunity to begin a department, the PR department, right from scratch, was really, really humbling. Because I learned, and I always say, I don't know what the people at Green Hill saw in me. Because as young, as literally 25 years.
Yeah.
But, you know, they took a chance on me, and I'm forever grateful. Because, my God, I learned, and I created so many relationships there. One of my mentors is my previous supervisor, Mrs. Joy Brain Kamaraka, and oh gosh, I learned from her. I learned about criticism. You know, we as human beings, we do not want to be criticized, but we need to be criticized. And even in my role and my work at Diwala, we have a very open culture whereby, you know, we want to grow each other, we want to help each other. So when there's something that is going great, we'll say it. When something is not going great, we'll tell each other, you know, that, you know, we need to improve. And that's the culture we need to have to be able to grow. Because if you do not have people that are telling you yes, you can have a lot of people telling you what you're doing right, but they're not telling you where you're going wrong, you're not going to learn. So,
wow. Wow. Well, we are talking to Irene Mutuzo on the CEO bench this morning, and of course, or this afternoon, this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually catching this program from. The CEO bench will take a break, and when we come back, we will continue with the interview with Irene Esther Mutuzo, who is the head of business development and PR at Diwala, actually, Diwala, the company that we're going to get to know more about what it does and how they do their stuff. She got 25 nominations from you. So if you're one of the people who nominated her, we would like to hear your kisses and disses coming in. Please send in your comments, your kisses and disses. And of course, this interview is streaming live on our page. So go in there and share it far and wide with everyone, so that you never know which part or who actually is listening into and which part of their life you're going to change. We'll be right back after the break. people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
It is a CEO bench, and of course, welcome back from that break. And Irene, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were telling us a little bit more about your life, and we're trying to get to understand who is Irene Mutuzo and the work you do. I want to take you straight to the core part of this interview, the CEO bench, where you are actually in right now or at the moment. The program focuses on leadership, change management, and transformation. You've spoken very profoundly about your life, where you come from and what you're doing, but we want to focus more on leadership, starting with, what is your understanding of leadership, Irene?
Okay. My understanding of leadership is service.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not about yourself. It's not about being the most intelligent person in the room. It's not about the money. It's about serving.
Okay.
And leadership, to be a leader, you don't have to lead a team. You can be a leader in your home. You can be a leader in your cell group. You can be a leader in your group of friends. You can be your own leader as well. For example, today when I got up in the morning, I had to make decisions about how I look, how I move, and that is leadership as well. Yeah.
Okay. And what is your understanding of self-leadership?
Self-leadership, to me, is first of all understanding who you are.
Yeah.
You know, what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? How do you keep getting better at your strengths and how do you keep working on your weaknesses. If you have that understanding of yourself, it even becomes easier to serve other people. Like I say, leadership is serving at the end of the day. It's making impact in people's lives and making impact in community. Self-leadership is also, to me, it's also being proactive. You know, you are the master of your life. You choose where you want to go and where you do not want to go. When you are faced with decisions, you choose what to do. If today you're given 2 jobs or 3 jobs or 4 jobs, the decision comes to you. Yes, you'll have a lot of opinions, you'll get a lot of advice, but the decision still comes from you. So it's very important to be aware of who you are, be aware of the people you serve, be aware of those people that you listen to. You know, I call them my village. Your family, your friends, your mentors, to be able to guide you in decision making. Because at the end of the day, also leadership is a lot about decision making. And that's why, you know, you've used the term self-leadership, because very many times we have to make decisions as human beings, as individuals.
Wow. Irene, on that note, have you been a leader?
Yes, I have. in many, I could say, capacities. Yes.
How did you know that you were a leader? At what point did you realize that I'm actually now a leader, I'm leading self, and I can lead people?
I think I got to know that at a very young age. At a very young age, and even people around me would notice it. So I'm always those people that like to get things going. And I'm those people. So usually I stand out as that person. So if we have said that we are going to have a meeting, that meeting will happen. I don't believe in saying something, you know, and sadly to say, we have a lot of people like that, you know, being a great talker and not doing anything about it. If you shouldn't do something about something, it's okay because it happens, but explain why. If you say that you're going to call back someone and you do not call back, you know, apologize to them and explain why. Probably you forgot, and it's okay because we have a lot of things on our plate. It's okay. If you say that you'll give someone feedback, you know, in our society, we do not want to give negative feedback. For example, if someone has come to you with a proposal and you do not like it, or you think, you know, this is not for me, we'll just keep quiet. So we'll just leave someone in limbo and not give feedback. So for me, those are very important aspects of leadership. And I think those are the aspects I bring to table as a leader. And ever since I was young, people noticed that about me. So right from my primary school, I was a leader. I was a head girl in primary school. At high school, I was the president debate club. Then, you know, then I went to now the work world where I had gathered a few skills enough to apply for some leadership positions, which I got. So I think it was really, really early in my age. And also, I think it comes naturally because I'm a firstborn. I'm a firstborn of 4, and naturally you're a leader. So I babysat all my siblings, all of them. So when they're, you know, they're there and they're trying to talk back at me, I'm like, I raised you. And particularly this year also, you know, being a leader on the family front, I've been challenged. I lost my mom last year, and I have had to step up. I've had to step up for my siblings. I've had to step up for my dad, for my aunts, for my uncles, for my grandparents, and I guess I'm growing. I'm really, really growing.
In that regard,
in that regard. And at Diwala, I'm also really, really, really growing. And I'm blessed to have supervisors that want to see me grow. You know,
I want to take you straight to this question, Irene. I mean, as we wind up the leadership perspective of the, you know, the questions and the leadership perspective. One, there are 5 different or 4 different types of leadership approaches that, you know, are available in the world for us to always use. There's what we called autocratic leadership approach, an autocratic leader. And there's what we called a transformative leadership person. And then there's what we call a democratic leadership person or approach. and then there's what we call laissez-faire leadership approach, and or a leader who is a laissez-faire, and then there's what we called servant leadership. Which of these do you practice most and why?
I could say actually it's none of the above. I think I'm more a situational leader. Yeah, I'm more a situational leader because I believe that we are not robots. We are human beings at the end of the day. And even with the people you serve, there are human beings. And that the way you lead someone is not, one person is not the way you lead another person. For example, you find that people, there are those people that want to do things on their own and they don't want to be, you know, chased around. So those, you take more of a laid back, but of course you check in. Then there are those that constantly want you to check in on their work. They constantly want advice. You also do that. Then there are those times whereby a decision has to be made. And you as a leader, you have to make that decision on behalf of everyone. So you probably tend to be, I don't like to use the word autocratic, but I like to use the word take the responsibility of being a leader. So I think for me it depends on the situation, it depends on the people, it depends on the, you know, the person. Even with my siblings, them being teenagers, I've had to learn that we need to vote on some things. I can't tell them, you know, this is what you're going to wear, or this is what you're going to do in your vacation. We need to sit down, weigh the options, I hear them out, they hear me out, and then we're able to come at a decision.
Okay. Irene, we're going to go straight to our next, you know, part of this interview. This interview on the CEO bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And of course, while we move into transformation, we'll look into the place where you are. You are overwhelmingly voted to come into the CEO bench, and we wanted to know why do these people vote you in, and what are they looking for from you? And one of the things that we would like to know from you right now is about managing change. We've talked about leadership, but in your journey as a person, you've been moving quite a bit. You've moved from Nabisunsa, from Kisoro to Kampala, from Kampala to, you know, Nabisunsa, from Nabisunsa you've now moved, you are now in Norway, you're about to go to Netherlands, you're going to different places. So how are you able to manage this change from one place to the next place? What do you say when you are leaving? And at what point do you now know it's time for me to move?
Okay. First of all, a disclaimer, I'm here in Uganda. I'm not in Norway, though Diwala is both Norwegian based and Ugandan based, and I'll get into that. Change management. So I'll answer this question from 2 points. First of all, in my life, as well as, you know, now handling change, you know, with other people. So in my life, and even the person I am, I don't believe in being boxed. You know, sometimes we want to take one career direction and that's it. You know, you're a doctor and this is what I'm going to do. And there are other aspects about you. For example, I've worked in PR, I've worked in journalism, I've worked in HR, I've worked in marketing, I've even lectured before. I am now into tech. I also perform and write poetry, and these are all aspects that make who I am. Of course, at a certain point in my life, I was worried because I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Where were you worried?
Because I didn't know because everyone seemed like they had figured this life thing out. Like I can tell you even at campus. So I applied to get into law school, and actually got into law school. I both at Makerere and UCU. I wanted law so bad that I was like, if I don't get it at Makerere, I'm going to get it at UCU. And I got in. And I don't know, the first week I got in and I realized it wasn't me.
What was driving you to go to law, by the way?
Like I said, I liked talking. And because I was a debater, everyone thought I would automatically be a lawyer. And that was, you know, grounded into my head by my teachers, by my family. Everyone was like, oh, she's going to be a lawyer, she's going to be a lawyer. So that pushed me to go to law school. Then I get in and I realize this is not what I want to do. So I changed. And I did industrial and organizational psychology. And I loved it so much, I actually mastered in it. And what that gave me is that it just opened me up to understanding people. Understanding people in the workplace, things that you're talking about like leadership and change management, and understanding personalities. And I really, really enjoyed it, and I'm glad I did it. But yes, it was a difficult change because I didn't know what I was doing. And even up to now, if you ask me what I want to do, I just tell people I want to make a change. How I do it, in what field or what sector, I'm still figuring that out. I just want to make a change. I just want to change lives and serve people.
Wow.
Yeah, and yeah, so for me it's been, one, being open-minded, being ready to learn, and that's very important. If you, the best way to handle change is to be ready to learn.
Wow.
If you go into a new environment or into a new workplace, and you're just going with your headspace in one place with what you want to do, it will be so difficult for you to integrate into that new environment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Irene, listening to you talk about change management, my next question would be, so at what point would you actually realize I need to move from here, I've outgrown this place? Because there are many people who are stuck in certain places. They don't know how to go. You had New Vision, for example, you said 4 years. I suppose was a good place for you to be, and you would like to be in that place, you would like everything to be there, but you had to move. Then you went to Bank of Africa. I mean, who don't want to be in a corporate space where there is, money? You can even get a loan very easily. You can buy a car very easily. Young people are often driven by such comfort, but yet you moved. And then you moved to Green Hills Academy, I think, as you said. A big school with big pay, with big responsibility, yet you moved. What was making you move from one place to? I know you said already that you don't like to be boxed, but there must be something. And at what point do you realize that I need to move? Because the CEO bench would like the person who voted you, who nominated you, to actually know why you are moving and how you are communicating the change. How can they manage it in their own lives?
First of all, moving is hard.
Yeah.
It's very hard. And I'm one of those people, when I work somewhere, I just suck into it. Like, everyone will know I work for this place.
Yes.
I just got to love it.
That's how Diwala is getting it from you, because everybody's talking about Diwala, and so I was like, okay. But yes.
So I just got to love it, and it becomes me.
Yeah.
And, so it's difficult to move. Yeah. It's extremely difficult. And I can tell you, the times I've written resignation letters, I take over months keeping them somewhere. Because I'm trying to ask myself, is this, first of all, the right decision for me to take? Then I keep asking myself, oh my God, I love these people. I feel like I'm breaking their hearts. I feel like I'm... and I'm being real with you, because I like to tell stories from a personal perspective. I don't like to come off like I'm on a billboard and I'm perfect. It's difficult. And the times I've realized I need to move is when I feel that there's somewhere I need to make more impact. Right? There's some, it's not that I feel like, oh, I've learned everything I need to learn from this place. No. I still feel that there's a lot to learn, and even that, and that's why it's difficult for me to move, because I feel like, have I learned enough to move from this place? And for me, that's what pushes me. If I feel like, okay, an opportunity has come up, and I feel that this opportunity is going to help me change lives and serve people. Do I take it or do I not take it? And also, it's been difficult not to move when there are opportunities.
How do you manage change when there's opportunity, but you're going to hurt somebody, or you're going to hurt the organization where you're moving from? I mean, how do you communicate to them that, guys, time has come, I'm leaving, sorry, but they are hurt?
Yeah.
How do you?
And I'll just give an example.
Yeah.
You know, when I was telling my supervisor, who also happens to be my mentor, a very, very lovely lady, Mrs. Joy Veronica Maraka. And I remember getting into that conversation with her, and it was tough. It was tough. But I remember her telling me that, you know what, I always knew that you're going to grow. And I'm happy for you. It is sad that you're leaving, but I'm happy for you. And I somehow always knew this day was going to come because I see so much capability in you. I see how much you have learned. Like you came in so raw, making all these mistakes, learning from them, and you have been open-minded to learn. And I always believe in leaving a place in a good way. You know, don't be like, oh, because I'm leaving, I'm not going to turn up to work. I'm not going to do the things I need to do. I'll begin looking down at everyone. You know, if people from my previous workplace call me, I won't pick up those calls. I mean, I've moved on. And that's a very bad mentality. Because what if things don't work out where you have moved and you need to go back? Or, you know, or what if you're going to go back to your previous boss to ask for business? So it's very, very important to live well. To live well. And if there are things that have gone wrong, it's also important to apologize. Apologizing doesn't mean that you are dumb. It doesn't mean that you are, you know, you are trying to belittle yourself. If you have made a wrong decision, if you have made a mistake, say sorry. And learn from it.
Wow, Irene, we're talking change management. You have heard from Irene there. Managing change means that you have got to be real to the people that you're leaving, and also you've got to be real to the people of where you are going, and don't burn the bridges, because you might go back tomorrow to pick a leaf or two from there, or you might just have a turnaround to go back. The CEO Bench will take a break, and when we come back, Irene will dive into transformation and of course our work life at Diwala. Stay right there, we'll be right back after the break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights.
Leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny, and for me it would be towards God's agenda.
It is a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Irene Mutuzo, who is the business development manager for Diwala and the PR at the same time. It's interesting to note how you're doing these things and how the journey has been. But first, coming back to the show from where we left, you talked very profoundly about change management and how you were able to manage change moving forward. A lot of us find it very difficult, to be honest with you, to move from one point to the next point. Some people are stuck in jobs. They can't move 15 years, 20 years, no personal development, no self-awareness. The leadership journey is completely severely limited, that they are not able to move from one point to the next, and so there is no growth. Now, when there is no growth, there is no transformation. Yeah. We want to go to the transformation, Irene. And transformation means you have managed change, and if you manage change, you transform to a different person, and if you did transform from a different person, you transform the community. We begin to see the transformation in the community. You've been to different places. Yeah. Describe for us the transformation in different places that you have been to.
Okay, so where do I begin from?
First of all, what is your understanding of transformation, the word transformation?
Transformation to me means change, but it also doesn't mean changing completely. There are aspects of yourself that make who you are. Yeah. Those values. Just because you have moved to another place, and maybe there are certain things that aren't going right in that place, doesn't mean that you change your values. So yes, much as you change and you transform, which is growth, if there are certain values that you stand for, they need to continue being there, because values make you. All these things can go, and even when you're out of a job, people eventually forget you, but people do not forget who you are. People do not forget the values that make you. So for me, that is very, very important.
So do you think Irene Esther Mutuzo or Mutuzo Irene Esther have been a transformative person everywhere you've been?
I would like to say yes.
How? Did you know that you have been a transformative person? Yes.
For example, again, at New Vision, the pullout that we began grew, really grew, and even to date, it's now quite big. It's been rebranded, and every time I look at the pullout, I no longer send articles, but I'm proud. I'm proud and I'm humbled about how far we have come. I think I've been transformative in the poetry space as well. And when I see a lot of budding poets coming up, I'm happy. And one of the things I do in the poetry space is I sit on the Lantern Meat Foundation board, where we provide
Daniel Mutembesa.
Yes, the Lantern Meat of Poets. That's where I grew as a poet, and we provide a space and initiatives for writers, filmmakers, poets to be able to grow their art, to train them in their art so that we can get African work out there. Yeah. And I'm happy that I'm also transformative in that way, you know, encouraging those young people and helping to train them. In my role at Green Hill Schools, I'm happy that, you know, when I came in, I was literally beginning the PR and marketing department. Yeah. And, you know, it took a lot of work, of course, with a great team. And I keep telling people that you can have great ideas, but if you do not have a team, you know, behind you, a team with you, then those ideas, you know, won't happen. So for me, you know, having a great team, having a great leader, we grew a really, really strong department. At Diwala, my Diwala is transformative. And the things that we are doing, the things that we have in our minds, our vision, my God, it excites me. And I love that we are making change. I love that we're improving lives. We are solving day-to-day challenges. And I can't wait to share that.
I want to go straight to that, by the way, Irene. But first,
you also talked about transformation in terms of the community. For me, it's been listening to your community. From a business perspective, and I'll talk about the tech world. If you build something on your own with your own ideas, yes, it may be a brilliant idea, but it may not be taken up by the people that you're trying to build it for. So it's important to listen to the people that you're trying to transform, or you're trying to take change to. What are their fears? What do they like? What do they not like? This thing that you have built, this product that you have built, as you continually test it out, when you're given feedback, do you go back and continuously improve that product?
Irene, I'm just looking at some of the messages that have come to me right now, which I would like to read it to you before we go to the next 5 questions of, you know, the final rest of this interview. Number one, Eddie Okela, thank you very much. I have been following that lady. I'm an OB of Green Hills Academy. She talks very profoundly about our school and my former school. I now live and work abroad in the UK. Ask Irene, not everyone is privileged, or, you know, no, I think he meant to say not everyone is privileged to be where you are. And what would you say to somebody who is not privileged to get to be privileged like you? I'm not sure if privilege is given that way, but this is relative. Yes. So I think what I understand from Daniel here is an OB of Green Hills Academy. He says you talk very profoundly about the school. I think what Daniel is basically asking for is that, how do you get there? It's not really about, I've not heard you talked about being that I come from a privileged background, or I was privileged to have this, or I was given this, or done this. What I've seen from your story is a story of, I'm rising to the top, but I have been very intentional about this growth. I've been very intentional about the things I want to do and the things I want to achieve. So Daniel's perhaps want to understand, how can one get to that level like you? That's what Daniel is looking for in actual.
I'll share 3 things.
Yes.
1, God. If you want to do something, or if you're not even sure about where you want to go, ask God. So for me, there are days, there are times I've been like, God, I don't know what I need to do. I don't know the path I need to take. Please guide me. Place me in the places you think are the best for me. Place me in places you think I'm going to make an impact. So 1, God. No 2 ways about it. Then 2, do not be afraid to ask. Do not be afraid to learn. And I'll still go back to that point in my life where I had to ask Mr. Kabushenga for those opportunities.
Yes.
And you know, sometimes we are so scared to ask, you know. We are so scared to walk into a room or walk into an office and ask, do you have any work?
Yes.
Do you have any position, say a voluntary position I can take up?
Yes.
I'm a part-time worker now. Is there an opportunity for me to be a full-time worker? Like sometimes we are so scared to ask, yet when you ask, you actually open a door for yourself. We are scared to learn. We are scared to try out new things. And one of the reasons some of us do not grow or do not move from somewhere is because we are scared of the unknown, which is okay. You know, all of us are, you know, when you're getting into a new field, you do not know what you are going to what you're going to encounter. You absolutely do not know. But the only way you will know is if you actually get into it. And if you fail, it is okay. It's like a business.
Full marks for trying, eh?
Yes. It's like a business. You know, and when you listen to a lot of these entrepreneurs, in many of their journeys, they'll tell you maybe they started one business or two businesses that failed, but then they later learned from those failures. So also never being afraid to fail. Because we are so afraid to fail, we do not try. And that holds us back.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the heart of a new CEO in the making. She's on a rise to the top. Irene Mutuzo, welcome. A great conversation. Coming from Ediwato Ochom, these are one of the people who actually nominated you. I would want to hear his opinion of how you applied for law, and then first week in the law school, you decided to abandon and take off. Ediwato Ochom is a very good lawyer. I wonder I've always told him law is a lot of templates and stuff like that. So if a person is going to do so many things, people like us, like me, will be very bored immediately when I get to law, because I feel like I don't have enough space. And here you are, you're talking about that. But let me read you a comment from Ediwato Ochom, one of the people who nominated you on this program. Great conversation, Eddie Okila, Eddie and Irene. Irene is pushing the boundaries in Uganda through her work at Diwala. Digital verification services in a country full of fraud is such a timely and excellent conversation. That is coming from Ochom as a comment. I want to read you another one coming. Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I'm following the CEO bench from Rwanda, Kigali. Tell my cousin from another mother. She's actually my sister.
Hi.
Yes, that's okay. Dale right there in Kigali, Rwanda, and says, great conversation. I'm learning and understanding. At first, I thought the CEO bench was just about those who have made it already on the top, but I like the fact that the CEO bench is talking to people who are also heading to the top or on their journey to the top. It gets to give us a motivation, some of us who are thinking through. I live and work with the Capital Market Authority of Rwanda. Wow. And one of these days, I'll probably get Irene to come and give a speech to our people when coronavirus comes down. I love to hear what she's saying. Well, I think that there's already people who believe in you becoming a CEO. Their nominations have not gone.
By the way, let me first say, and this I say to Thea is my CEO at Diwala. I just give her a thumbs up for the work she does. I believe being a CEO is tough.
Yes.
It is tough because you have so many things you have to juggle. You have to juggle the board, you have to juggle your team, you have to juggle clients. It's huge. I don't know if I'm ready to become a CEO. Honestly,
you're headed there.
But like I say, if one day God calls me and tells me, this is your next assignment and makes it so clear. I believe he will give me the wisdom I need to get there.
And the takeoff. Irene, as we wind up the interview, I got 5 questions to do with the work you're doing. Which I think is one of the reasons why people nominate you, to come into the CEO bench and to be also in the CEO bench. It's about your work. And I think Ediwato Ochom makes a very good comment right there. In the world, in a country like Uganda, where fraud is almost an order of the day. You don't know what is happening. You wake up tomorrow and there's a lot of fake news, a lot of things going on, a lot of fake papers happening, and people giving out. When the elections are happening in Uganda, you always hear a lot of fake papers and going, but you come up with something, digital verification, right?
Yes.
That's what Diwala stands for. I want to take you straight to your company deals with digital verification of documents, okay? Like academic credentials, like academic documents. Why is authenticating some of this document, or authenticity, is very important to leaders in this day and age as a CEO, or why should CEOs pick this in this day and era that we're in going forward? What value does it bring to the table?
Okay, thank you very much. And before I answer your question, I just want to highlight the challenges we face around.
And also want to know what is Diwala
what is
NNS?
Diwala? Okay, so Diwala is a Norwegian and Ugandan-based blockchain technology company that was born from a UN Women Hackathon in Norway. And we basically provide a digital solution that enables the issuance and verification of credentials, which could be proof of education, proof of training, proof of health, licenses, and any other important document you can think of. Currently, we have presence in over 6 African countries. And what challenges are we solving? I will begin by sharing that from a personal experience, both as someone that has needed a document and also someone that has needed to verify a document from the HR end. So in 2019, I completed my master's degree. And by the time COVID hit in 2020, I was still waiting to receive my certificate. When everything closed, there was no way I could access it. And I eventually had to wait over a year to get this proof of my education. Now, of course, like many people, when COVID hit, a lot of sectors were affected. And naturally, a lot of people were looking for jobs. And there are also jobs that I looked at and I thought, well, I can do this job. I have the qualifications. But I couldn't even get past the application portals because I didn't have my credentials. And I'm not the only one facing a challenge. Like you said, a lot of institutions, a lot of organizations, reputations are at risk because of the number of forged credentials on the market. Think of forged transcripts. Forged certificates, recently forged COVID-19 tests and certificates. And all these things negatively affect reputations of institutions. Then thirdly, on the verification side, the employer, the banks, the authorities, investors have to take a lot of time and money to verify information. I'll give an example of the HR because I've worked in the HR sector before. You'll spend up to $15 per certificate verification and over 250 hours minimum yearly. That is a lot of time and money. And this is where we as Diwala come in. So we provide a platform that enables any institution or organization to issue digital credentials. And the beauty about these credentials, or these certificates, if you may call them, is that they can't be forged because they have an added layer of security provided by the blockchain technology we use. Then secondly, recipients of these credentials or certificates, who could be people like you and myself as a former student and alumni. It could be people like you and myself that need our permits. We can be able to access our digital credentials or certificates anywhere we are at any time, whether or not we have a smartphone. And we don't have to worry about things like your certificate getting lost or someone having to fly back to the country just to follow up their documents. Then also the platform enables the easy verification of these documents. Someone can, as long as someone has a link to the document or even has the physical document, they can be able to verify it in seconds. So what was, I could say, 240 hours minimum yearly has been cut down to 3 seconds.
Wow.
Yes.
I can see the reason why they have to hire you.
And we have a vision. At Diwala, we have a big vision. We want to enable the issuance and verification of any important document you can think of. Any important, your ID, your license, your proof of work, you know, service. Today I can say I worked for Diwala, and maybe my CEO is my friend, and she can write me a reference letter. It may not be true. How do we also curb that? Because a lot of people will have quote-unquote fake CVs. You know, how do we also curb that? So that's what we do at Diwala. And as leaders, authenticity is very important.
Wow.
Authenticity is real. Authenticity as a leader, authenticity in your work. And, you know, this is also a culture at Diwala. We never lie. I'm saying, try not to, but the culture is do not lie. Do not lie about your numbers. Do not lie about what you have done. If something is in the works, clearly say it's in the works. And you know, when we're doing business, we want to lie and exaggerate numbers, and those things catch up. You know, they catch up. Because what happens if someone goes and does a background check?
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is doing exactly what it does best, bringing you people who will give you motivation to where you want to go, people who are doing it, people who have done it, or people who are already on the top coming down, and they have got a certain amount of experience that they can share with us to go forward. And you are definitely with Irene Mutuzo, Irene Esther Mutuzo. I just like to put your name together so that it can make sense. Irene, our time is fast spent, but I want to go straight to my next question, this last 5 questions we have for you. Your work for the company is that, you know, one, the company is pioneering this for the first time. We've not had this in Africa before. But two, using the use of blockchain technology in this era of pandemic COVID-19 situation, where no longer human-to-human, you know, meeting is being discouraged. We are not being able to, you know, have hugs like we used to do things the way we used to do, which means even if I want to go, I don't know. But also, there's a challenge that a lot of people don't understand what you're calling blockchain technology, because the language could be different. We need you to explain what is blockchain technology to a common person. If I am a border graduate from Makerere University or from University of Dar es Salaam, but life knocked me so much and I became an entrepreneur, and now I ride a motorcycle or whatever city that I am, or I'm doing Okada in Nigeria, you know, what is blockchain technology and how can I, you know, verify this document? Like you've said, first explain what is blockchain technology. I know you've talked about already the other part.
Okay.
Yeah.
So blockchain technology was an aspect that was actually discovered in 1991 by a group of researchers. But it was until 2009 that it was applied, and specifically it was applied to cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin. That's why when, you know, people talk about blockchain technology, the first thing people think about is Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but it can be used for more than that, as I'll be explaining. So I can use 3 words to explain blockchain technology. An immutable distributed ledger. And I'm going to break all these 3 down.
An immutable
distributed ledger. So immutable basically means that information cannot be changed. And in this case, the information that is transacted, if it's say money or documents that are stored on the blockchain, they can't be changed. It's almost impossible to change them. That's why you'll hear things like blockchain technology is very secure, because it's difficult to change, it's difficult to tamper with information that is stored.
I can't go there and remove and replace.
Even if you, so the way it works, and I'm going to now explain it in the distributed, the word distributed. So usually for many organizations and for many of us, the way we understand where, say, data is kept or information is kept, it's usually kept in one place, which could be, you know, a server. In some places, it's a laptop, which is working as you could say, a minimal server or a desktop. So it's kept in one place. But the disadvantage of information being kept in only one place is that someone can easily get into it. Someone can easily hack it. That information can easily get lost, you know. So it's in terms of security, it's not really secure. But the way information is stored on the blockchain is that it is stored in a decentralized manner across a large network of computers. So it sort of creates like a web. And you know, it's very difficult to get into a web and try and change something. And say if we're working on a document, you and I, and maybe the cameraman, we are having transactions as three friends, you know, money transactions. Now, all of us will have access to what is happening in a document. All of us will have access to what is happening on the transactions. So if, as Irene, I try to make a change in the document, the only way that change can, you know, be approved is if everyone says yes, we know about it, and it is what it is. If, you know, I try to change something and everyone flags it no, then that thing won't be changed. So that's the way it sort of works. So everyone knows what is happening. So even for you and I, if someone makes a change and it is approved, it will be clearly seen that this person was the one who made that change at this particular time. And that's where also the ledger, I could say, aspect of blockchain comes in. And you can think of a ledger as your day-to-day records, whereby if it's money, you know when someone paid that money, at what time it was paid, and to whom. And that's also the premise of blockchain, to be able to track information in real time, to be able to track changes in real time. So it's very difficult to say that you did something and you did not something. And you know, blockchain can be used for so many things. A lot of people, refer it to cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, but it can be used in our day-to-day lives. We have heard of cases in the health sector where we have received fake medicine.
Of course.
However, if we're
we just received injections of COVID-19 water injections to about 800 and plus, as they say.
Sadly. But if, you know, there was that blockchain aspect to it, we would be able to verify the validity of those drugs sent to us, whether they have come straight from the manufacturer, when they have been manufactured, you know, and if it's a batch, is it our batch kind of thing. Blockchain can also be used in the supply chain sector. It can be used in agriculture, whereby as a farmer you can be able to track your produce right from the farm to when it gets to the customer or client. So if there's something wrong with produce or a product and you need to recall a product, it's very easy for you to track where that product went so that you can be able to recall it. Then recently I came across an interesting use case of blockchain, and this company is actually piloting it with a fleet of 100 cars, whereby you can be able to track mileage. So if you have bought a car before, or you have gone to the bond, you have heard that, the mileage is tampered with, and there's usually that yellow paper. But that yellow paper can be forged. And very rarely do you also go into those documents, the export documents and all those things. But, you know, and someone will tamper with the mileage and sell to you the car quite expensively. But with blockchain, people will be able to track that. So someone won't be told that, you know, the mileage is 4,000 kilometers when it's not. So it's interesting, and it can be used for so many things, even in governance. You talked about voting. You know, if voting was based on blockchain, it would be difficult to tamper with votes, or to, you know, things like, this vote was tampered with, this vote is not for this person, this is a ghost vote.
You will arrest very many people in Uganda.
I won't say Uganda, I'm not political. I'm not very political, but I believe it can change so many aspects of our lives.
Wow. Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like, being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is.
And
yet
here you are now talking like,
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And, you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
And Irene, what tips would you share with leaders who are pioneering innovations in this field, or in Uganda or in Africa, or even a young person anywhere in the world who is pioneering, you know, this kind of innovation, given your experience now as being given the first time to be employed by a new technology, you know, stuff coming up?
What I'd advise people is listen. It goes back again to listening. Listening and understanding your market. Sometimes we build products and we spend so much time on them without really researching and trying to find out what are the needs. And you know, challenges could be generic, but the way everyone understands challenges, the way these challenges relate to each person is totally different. And if you do not know that, or you do not understand that, trust me, you are going to really struggle to get your innovation and product out there. Because you are building it from your perspective. And even for Diwala, before, you know, way before the team started building, there was so much time spent on research to ensure that the product meets the needs of the people it's meant to serve, to ensure the product meets the challenges. And even today now we have a product that is being used by over 32 institutions. In Uganda, it's being used by the Stanbic Business Incubator, the NSSF High Innovator, Girls for Girls, Refactory, Net Labs, and so many other institutions. It's out there, it is released, but we continuously still get feedback. And we work on that feedback. And there's a reason why your smartphone every other day will tell you, please update, because they're trying to meet your needs. You know, and that's the beauty about technology. You begin here and, you know, you keep going.
Wow. Irene, we're basically in the evening of our interview today. It's been a nice conversation, a fantastic conversation.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of comments coming here. I've been trying to pick a few of them. Just want to dive to one that came from you know, a gentleman all the way in Belgium, and he says that can you please ask the young lady, you know, how is our tech industry in Uganda? Have we moved with the internet being off in Uganda, with so many things not being in place? How are we dealing with the challenges that new innovation faced in Africa, particularly in Uganda, where she is at the moment?
Well, I first of all must commend the great work that the government is doing, and a lot of even actors in the private space. Do we have room for improvement? Yes, we do. That is the reality. But where we are now is not where we were before. And even particularly in Uganda, Uganda has been gazetted as a safe place for companies like us in the blockchain world to do research, to pilot products, to implement products in Uganda. So that's also a big plus.
Yeah.
By the time Uganda has opened that space for us, it
Yeah.
is a big plus, and it shows that we are growing and continuously improving. And even when you see, government entities, both parastatals and fully government institutions, my oh my, we have moved leaps and beyond. There'll be conferences that are happening virtually, which never used to happen. I can tell you almost every government entity today, and even, the president himself and the MPs have social media channels. Who knew that would happen?
Yes.
Who knew that would happen?
Occasionally they block the internet and forgot that they need to use it afterward.
Well, I won't comment on that, but, the fact that, they understand that it is important to have a digital presence, an online presence. And even parastatals like Anita, they're doing a great work as far as building policies and regulating the way data is used, the way companies like us work here. That is a big, big step. So for the gentleman in Belgium, yes, there is a lot of room for improvement, but we are moving. We are moving. And for us as Diwala, that's the reason why we are here in Uganda, because we know that there are big things happening in Uganda.
Well, you have been hearing, a lot of stuff, good stuff coming from Irene Mutuzo, or you can call her Mutuzo, Irene, Esther. Very interesting names and order of the names right there. Irene, we have literally come to the end of this show, but I want to ask you one final parting question. In fact, the second last. What have been your success and challenges so far in providing this service, strategic leadership to Diwala, particularly in Uganda, given the fact that it is not a company that originated from Uganda, but originates all the way in Norway? What sort of success or challenges or strategic, directions have you given to them that when they look back many years from now, they will say it was good hiring that lady. When they look back, they'll say it's good, the board can make a decision to say you will become the next CEO because of this.
Like I said, I'm still learning. I don't think I'm ready to be a CEO yet.
Yes.
Well, so for me, I could say bring the perspective of someone who has gone through the challenges. And like I said, I've been on the side of someone that needs to get their documents. And I've also been on the verification end. So I really understand the pain points from a personal perspective. And I think for me, that's what drives me. Because I know that challenge. I've been there. And that basically drives me to push. Drives me to better explain, what the product does. Because sometimes, even when you get into spaces, people just think, oh, you have just got this product, you don't understand what it does, you don't really understand the challenges. But as someone who understands the challenges, I'm able to better explain what the product brings on the table from a personal perspective. So I think that's been a success. And the fact that we have managed to get partners here is a huge, huge success. It's a huge success. When something is new, it's very difficult for people to hop onto it. And if people get onto it, sometimes it's usually for the wrong reasons. But when you actually find people that that believe in it, that want to work with you to keep improving it, that want to work with you to keep having that feedback to improve the product, it is a big, big plus. It's a big, big plus because you could build a product, put so much time and money into it, and it's not used by anyone.
Wow. Which we have seen before.
It's a reality. But the fact that, our product is out there and it is changing lives, because for us, that's the end goal. Yes, money is important in business, but we also want to change lives. We also want to meet challenges, and that is also our end goal. And seeing our product out there and doing what it's supposed to do is my oh my. it's a success.
Wow.
The challenges, of course, and I'll speak from the digital transformation point, is there's a big challenge in digital literacy.
Yeah.
And us as Diwala, we are also big on digital literacy. We want to empower people to understand, you know, a lot of people think that their smartphones are only for WhatsApp.
Yes.
and yet your smartphone can do so much.
Yes.
You can work on your smartphone.
Yeah.
You can run a business on your smartphone. And until people understand, you know, what more, as for example, a smartphone can do for you, what more the internet can do for you, why it's important to have these digital tools and how they can be able to help, then adaption to digital tools becomes hard. But when people understand, you know, why they're there, when people understand that, you know, sometimes people are scared of the unknown, like I say, you know, you'll find that people are scared of, or if we're going to move to digital, our data is going to be out there. Probably if someone wants to track us, our information is going to be out there. But it's not always the case. Digital has its strengths. Yes, it also has its challenges that we need to, you know, we need to be aware of. So like anything, everything has a good thing and a bad thing. So it's important to understand both sides. And usually, at least in all these digital tools we see, there's a big good side. So how do we get the good side going and handle the challenges that come with it? So I think for us, it's trying to push the digital literacy out there, because we also don't believe in this product being for only a few people. And that's also some of the challenges we face, and many of us in the digital world face. You know, you're in your cocoon, all your friends are on Twitter, or they know how to use Facebook, or maybe, you know, all your friends understand blockchain, so you think everyone else is there. Yet there's a big percentage that is not there. And if we want to move together as a population, as a community, it is very important for us to move as one. That's why, for me, I believe in ensuring that even my jaja in the village understands a bit of technology, so that if a tool is out there for them, they can be able to use it. It's not for only us young people, it's for everyone.
Well, you've been hearing Irene Esther Mutuzo right there. She's the business development head and the PR at Diwala, a new blockchain technology helping us verify our documents, academic, credentials, or driving permits, or your national ID. You might have one and it's not yours, and we don't know whether it is yours or for your nephew or your cousin. So that's what they're doing in a nutshell. But Irene, thank you very much for coming to the program today, and thank you very much for one wonderful and fantastic discussion we've had this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, depending on where they are watching the program from. Now, as you go, assuming you were elected the Member of Parliament for Kisoro today, and you are now also voted as the Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, what would be the first, state of address of the new Speaker of Parliament from Kisoro, the woman Member of Parliament for Kisoro?
I'm humble, but like I say, sometimes God has jokes, so we will be laughing about it. Well, for me, it would be encouraging leaders to serve. Yeah, and that's the challenge I've seen. And even, naturally, you unconsciously, you actually end up going that route if you're not careful. That at the end of the day, when people, as a speaker, you're speaking to so many MPs and ministers, at the end of the day, people have put you there to serve. Because they believe you have something to add. They believe you can bring change. They believe you can make an impact. So you have 3 to 5 years to do that. If you have 5 years as a leader and you haven't made any change in the place that you have been put to lead, then you haven't led. If you are a leader and you haven't served your people, you haven't led. if you are a leader and you haven't listened to your people, you haven't led. Yeah.
Wow. Irene, thank you very much for coming to the program. From us here, we want to say thank you to Irene Mutuzo for coming to the program, and thank you to Diwala. The journey is, of course, brighter. We're seeing you becoming the next CEO in the next couple of years, and we want to wish you well. And until then, we're tossing out and we're saying goodbye, Africa, goodbye, the wide world. The CEO bench has come to an end. Signing out. Yes.
Engineered in the heart of the Pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
One face, full perspective, finding the beauty and the talent of the people of Uganda. This is XXL Season 4. On the Glasshouse this week, I happen to have the one and only Mr. Uganda, Richard Kawesa, on the show. Richard, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eddie.
And of course, Engineer Pete Nyeko. Pete, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Are you Ugandan, Pete?
I couldn't be more Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I am part of the beauty, the awesomeness, the fantasticness that is Uganda. Every part of me is Uganda.
Okay. And Richard, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I am.
So what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
For me, is every time I think as a Ugandan, I think in terms of being just, of being productive and orderly in what I think, say, and do.
The topic of the discussion is a Ugandan on a global stage for economic relevance. And Richard, you have been writing a lot of stories about Uganda, and so is Pete. Are we fit to be on the global stage as a country, as a people?
I am certain that we are very positioned to be relevant. There was a global entrepreneurship institute in Europe that did a study to understand what the most enterprising nation in the whole world. And Uganda came out to be the most enterprising. I liked the definition of their definition of an entrepreneur so that they can then qualify their study. And they defined one as a person who takes a financial risk in hope for a financial return on their investment. Mm-hmm. And they looked at people who have earned out of that risk at least in 3 months, mm-hmm. and not more than 2 years. Okay. So that was their parameter of defining an entrepreneur.
Wow.
So they go out to the whole world to look for who qualifies there. And it turns out that 26, I think, point something, mm-hmm. is what we achieved, meaning out of 100 people, 26 of them in Uganda, they fit perfectly. Now, it's not only the person who has invested and actually works there, but they also earn from the investment.
Yes.
Yes. And you know the next country that came number 2? I think Indonesia or Malaysia.
Yes.
and they were at 16 point something. That's almost 10.
Huge difference.
It's a huge gap.
50%.
So then,
Rather 100%.
then do you know the first world country to appear on that list? What number they took, and what country it was?
No.
It was Australia, the first world country, first world.
Which was a former prison. They used to send people there. The world it was a prison list.
So that country there, that country, Australia, came at number 26 on the list. Okay. Now, when you put that study, it's independent, but there's a relationship with another study. We're talking about our relevance on the global stage of economics. If you put another study that was done by Harvard Business School for 10 years, they also carried out a study. Now, the question is, you wonder why Harvard Business School would do an anthropological study. What's the relationship between culture and business is what you should be asking.
Ultimately, if you think of, so business is a word which you can use to mean many things. But if you mean business as in entrepreneurial or economic endeavors, then obviously the culture of a nation, or of a community pays a lot of importance to that. Take, for example, a country where you've got a culture of people coming together, people communicating and people sharing, that probably has a consequence to how people will do business. A closed-off society will probably have a different one as well. For example, if you compare, let's say, Uganda and let's say, I don't know, Antarctica. You've just got ice, you've got penguins, and you've got, so if you're going to do business in Antarctica, you've got to think, what's the culture there? A few scientists maybe, a few explorers. So it's a different environment. But in a place like Uganda, you've got lots of people, it's a warmer climate, So obviously, culture ends up determining what type of business you would do, how you would do the business, how you'd sell, and how you'd grow, and how you'd make your projections, and so on. Yes.
Okay. And that's why I wanted to bring that comparison, because that's one study of entrepreneurship, and then this is another study of culture, which means one study of business and one study of culture, but done by a business school of Harvard. And who turns out to be the most culturally diverse nation in the world? Uganda. Aha. Now you tell me where or which university or what course or which lecturer or professor is going to create a course that increases your appetite for risk to make you an entrepreneur. They can teach you economics and stuff and how you run a business, business management, they can, but the appetite for risk. Now that tells you that if Uganda has such an advantage by 26% and the last person comes at 26 in the first country, that tells you we should be relevant globally because we have an appetite for risk in any market.
So if we are culturally most diverse country in the world and the most entrepreneurial people in the world, then how come we're still broke? Businesses that are set, that runs for 3 months, dies before they cross to the 4th month. Why?
The reason is simple. There's what we call an enabling environment for any organism
to function.
Yes, a seed is perfect, it's brilliant. It has the raw ingredient to bring you a harvest. But put it in a sandy pit and don't give it water and sunlight and then blame it for being broke, for not producing. Can you? So Uganda having these endowments of risk-taking, the idea that someone doesn't have enough money but they still feel they can go out and serve, because entrepreneurship and business is about serving. Yes, and somebody feels I need to go out and serve. I have something to contribute. That's not brokenness. That is abundancy, that I have something to offer the world. Now, if the world doesn't give me a monetary reward for that input, you can't blame that on me.
So who should take that blame?
I think it's not about blame. It's about understanding and recognizing what is the most conducive environment that we should be able to grow entrepreneurs in, and what systems and financing mechanisms and ideological mechanisms can we put in place to support already a seed that has potential in itself. And that could be by leadership and governance. It could be by the way development partners look at Africa in terms of aid and say, no, not aid, let's do development financing, meaning let's have more people investing more of that money, not through government, but directly by saying, Eddie has something beautiful, XXL. What can we do to create that product and actually share it with the rest of the world?
Yes.
Those are the enabling environments that don't necessarily come from governance, but from the world, the community of business people who are able to see these opportunities and tap into them.
Okay, Pete, you are in agriculture.
Yes.
And adding value to agriculture. What do you have to say about this in relation to what Richard has just said?
I mean, to add on what Richard has just said, ultimately, I guess what we're talking about is the importance of incubation.
Yes.
And acceleration.
Yeah. Yes.
It's important, you know, as with any seed, once you plant it, to water it, make sure you plant it on the right soil. You know, check the soil before you plant it. So you got to figure out, okay, have I chosen the right idea? Is it based on a pressing need? Is it a solution to a need? Is it leading to the better, you know, betterment of the community and every stakeholder? Then you nurture it,
okay.
You water it, and you look after it. You plan for it and make sure nothing attacks it, and then you grow it, harvest it, post-harvest handling, process it, add value to it, market it, but ideally keep some seeds for the next season. But in all that, you'd have planned ahead. You'd have known what the market needs, and you would have responded. So you would have found a way to make your plans based on what you have and what the world needs, and then come in with innovation, and then nurture and incubate, and then accelerate it, expand and replicate, and keep it sustainable.
Okay, but is that our case today, given this study?
I think it is our case. I think ultimately, when we look at ourselves, we should think and say, great, I mean, where are we? And how far could we go? At the moment, you know, without any irrigation, 2 seasons a year, anywhere in the country. With irrigation, we could probably do 3 or 4 seasons a year. Without value addition, we're making by. I mean, people are doing okay. With value addition everywhere, think about how much more we would earn with that value addition coming in. With a keener understanding of what the marketplace is like locally, regionally, and globally, and based on the soils we have, the temperatures we have, the weather, and kind of the industriousness of the people, everyone's grandmother has a coffee bush. I mean, think about it. Imagine if, you know, if you had a kilo of coffee, I think it's about $2,000. 1,000 cappuccinos is more than $2,000, but it doesn't take a kilo.
We're going on a break, and when the show comes back, we will be talking about have we created the right environment? Have we gotten it right? Where are we getting it wrong? What should we do? Who does what? The president, many powers. Who can we share the power? What? We'll come back. Welcome back. This is XXL Season 4, and this is the Glass House, of course, with Richard Kawesa and Engineer Pete Nyeko. We are the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
Okay? And the most culturally diverse. Are we taking the advantage of this? Let's stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Are we taking the advantage of this in the global stage?
I don't think we are.
Yes.
Because the people probably who sit in positions of leadership do not necessarily appreciate some of these studies. Not necessarily even appreciate. Probably some of them don't even know these studies were done. Yeah. And if those who know, I was sharing with the deputy governor, Mwami Kasekende, and I was telling him about this study. And I said, do you have strategists who interpret these thoughts and know their implication? It's one thing to have information. Yes. It's another thing to know what does it mean and what do we need to do. And then it's a third thing to say, this is then what we've decided to do. So in our new policy now, for example, Uganda should be able to say we have an intellectual property policy in place. Because then intellectual property will take care of shea butter, because then it has, there's what they call a geographical indication, where if something is unique to your terrain, like coffee that comes from the highlands in Ethiopia, they're able to get some basic revenue out of intellectual property based on that principle from Starbucks. And it's an income. Why? Because you can't call it any other coffee other than Ethiopian. Why? Because the soils that bring out a certain aroma and taste to that coffee are only reserved in Ethiopia.
Yes.
The same would apply for Mountain Elgon coffee that comes from Rwenzori. The same would go for the shea butter, as you mentioned. Yes. The same would go for the type of music we produce in Uganda. It goes for, I don't know whether tilapia is also one of the unique aspects, but as a country, we have too many unique things that the world needs out there that are so organic, that are so unique to us, but still we don't understand that that's intellectual property. And therefore, in the absence of that, how then can we grow our intellectual property on a global stage so we can start earning from that?
When I think of Uganda, I think of every Ugandan, not one or two or three. Yes. And I think of every Ugandan who thinks about the issues that are around them, the issues that are closest to them, and looks at these issues not as a problem, but as an opportunity to create a solution that actually makes Uganda and the world a much better place. And if I take an example of what has happened in the US, it's a great country, Silicon Valley. Think of how the private sector has actually led this. It is possible that with private sector intervention, benevolent private sector looking at conscious capitalism, looking at social entrepreneurship, looking at a sustainable future, looking at sustainable development, and giving a helping hand to the public sector and civil society and the community, and actually setting up incubation centers. There are a few already in Uganda. Building up on that and saying, great, what are we good at? What can we be good at? What could we be good at? What does the world need? How can we meet that need? Think of it, one crazy example. I mean, we've got lots of amazing young people with great, bright minds. Could we possibly be, an interesting place where everyone comes to get their algorithms and their mathematical equations solved for the next space launch? Uganda could be, a backup to NASA and ESA. It could be. Why not? Okay. And there's so many things which could happen. All it needs is that nurturing and so on. And I honestly believe, as someone in the private sector, that we in the private sector should actually take that baton and run with it.
But there is a political environment that I don't want us to look at very lightly. You could say, yes, the mother should support their child to create a lovely home. But when the father is drunk half of the time and comes back in a certain mood, I don't think it's achievable to say that you would have peace in that home, even in the presence of a mother who cares and the fun-loving kids who are there. And so I still go back to the environment that, yes, the private sector has played its part. We've seen the private sector. We've seen WBS is private sector. They came into a space where no one was.
For 10 years,
they were bold enough to whatever. But then what happened when they faltered on their what was the caning aspect? And when it was taken, who took it? Was it a Ugandan environment that took it on and said, okay, we understand you had a problem on that, but this investment was so critical for our information dissemination as a nation and for growing our own in the TV, whatever, that we need to actually put more money, make it work, then you will recover the taxes and the money you put in. Yes. So that mindset that does say, this is my own, that the child who's misbehaved is still my own. And I have to make a commitment to work with them through their gambling. If that happens in the financial sector with banks, if that happens with incubators, and say we're going to create incentives to make sure that those who come in as private sector, we give them an incentive. We missed an opportunity with Kanye West. When he came in, there was an investment moment right there. There was an investment moment with this gentleman, Forrest Whitaker, because he got his first global award as a result of a film he played and acted in Uganda. So he feels a sense of relevance, of sacredness that is attached to Uganda. How have we benefited from that by creating, for example, the 27 Guns as a movie? Have we gone to Whitaker and say, sir, if you created this as a platform? Could you design it in such a way that it makes us globally relevant? You understand what I'm saying? So the opportunities we keep missing is like rain keeps coming, as you mentioned. All the things you're mentioning are gifted by nature. They're different gifts. But what are we doing about enhancing these gifts? And the political environment, why I say the political environment, because when you read the Constitution, you keep seeing the president has a lot of power of appointment at every level. At every level. He is the authority on everything. There seems to be no one else. It's the authority. So have we harnessed that opportunity that comes with that and be able to say, have we created an environment that allows these private sector players to actually do what you say they should be doing?
We have come to the end of the Glass House with Richard Kawesa and Pete, the engineer himself. Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa, Tolina Kalimo follow Liluza, Reconnaissami, Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta, wanna close, boy I'm a shooter, I'm the boss with a dream like Luther, Namwongo boy that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that, thugs and drug dealers, body mukako, nah.
Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikoli half man, half machine. Mununzira bakubuli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Hi, my name is Ido Atochom, and I'm here to tell you 4 things that Uganda should fix. Number 1, time management. I reject this notion of African time. This business of starting meetings 2 hours late should stop. We have many things to do in our life. Number 2, dishonesty. You give a person 100,000 to do a small errand for you. He wants to save 20K out of that. It's just 100K. You can make money elsewhere. Leave my 100K and do what I told you to do. Number 3, greed. You read in the papers every other day, so-and-so has eaten this amount of money, so-and-so has done this, a district plan has stolen this. I mean, you cannot eat everything in this world. And lastly for me, really, is about whining. You know, this advent of social media now, you go on Facebook, everybody has negative energy. Kanye West shouldn't have come, should have gone to Rwanda, you know, stuff like that. Man, stop whining. Facebook should help you market yourself, make money out of it, instead of quarreling every other day about politicians, about this, about that, about this. Stop it. And my name is Eduardo Chom, and I just fixed you.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist. Who is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. As educator, you know, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, you know, things that might come in. I am a performing artist. Amidst all other stuff I do, I still perform on stage. So wherever there is dime, I try to, you know,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah. Because as you know, so you need more avenues of, you know, of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now, And obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains, you persist. Of course there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive. Then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this, So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success stories.
Basically there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they're there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms, so many gigs now, so many connections. Then social media, which took over the sector. So many TV stations. So there's so many of everything now. So many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up.
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back. Just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid 2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands, At times you used to walk a distance, do something, now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed, of course for the good and the bad. So, yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies. You can make copies. For record keeping, you cannot keep a flash. So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like the anything now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing. Apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more. Yes. And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely. Yes. Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. you know, you can have fun, but sometimes mindful of, you know, the responsibilities ahead of you. So there'll always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago, echanda mukaka wali olandiro digo bayitanga seka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanjeze njuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseka gate wetu gambulo okuba kubanja nze nenancha twacha chancha kanyama yake tulia kuchencha lwali lumu omukuba pangise yesiuka mpisa olwengeri gye yeeyisa ya duka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi ebiri teyakwatibwa kisasi bakisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, you know, clothing line and you know?
It started in 2012 actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing t-shirts to, you know, to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, you know, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few t-shirts and get, you know, song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music.
Just that. Yes. I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first t-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, oh wow, this is nice. How much? You know, some people bought, a few bought, you know. So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more t-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more t-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting t-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
Usually when you see me around, you think it's about soul music. But today, I'm on the fix. I'm here to fix up this city. One, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of radio stations that have people turned into relationship counselors. Who told you can counsel a relationship? Go sort out yourself first and then counsel some people. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're just killing my radio station. You're killing my hours in the late night when I should be doing something sensible. And you're talking about, oh, you know what? My girlfriend did XYZ to this guy. Guys, please cut me some slack, man. We need to focus. Let radio get back to what it's supposed to do. Make me feel good at night. That's my first fix. My second fix is about our communities. Guys, we don't need the city council to come clean up our neighborhoods. That's our responsibility as people in the neighborhood. All right, I don't even need the LC to come and mobilize me to clean up my rubbish. Check this out. You throw rubbish in your neighborhood, you need to sort it out. All right? Whatever you're doing in your neighborhood, please sort out your rubbish. All right? That's what I'm fixing. And number 3, this is very sensitive, guys.
what's happening to our music industry. All right, usually I'm here because I'm the Reverend. Today I've let my caller go. I need to sort out music videos, especially. I know somewhere it's written that if you don't have a music video, your music doesn't sell. But listen, it doesn't make sense to have a music video talking about something to the contrary that you're doing on screen. I'm talking about booty shaking. What's happening to our little girls? You're dropping out of school to shake that thing on TV? Come on, girl, man, come on. You know, the video, the song is talking about a struggle, and you're out there shaking booty. Girls, producers, please, let's do some research. Let's make this feel good. And well, the next thing I want to fix is TV stations too. Guys, what's up? Why are we running out of ideas, man? Listen, we need to be as creative as anything in the world. Stop cut and paste game. All right, you see something on BET, you cut it and paste it on yours. The next thing is another guy does the same. And you know what? That tells a lot about our business too. We rarely, invest in intellectual property. What's happening? All right, we all went to school, we all educated, you know what I'm saying? But please, guys, let's think outside the box. Let's not just think within a ceiling or without a box. And while we're at it, this goes out to you PDs and all you research people that don't know how to research the right appropriate program for the right hour of the day. Listen, it's 11 p.m. in the night. Only God knows what happens when, my lights go off, You know what I'm saying? Don't be making noise for me on the TV. I didn't buy my screen to switch on and off, all right? Can you give me content that works? That works well, man, please. All right? And while we're at it, I'm still here to fix up something. My advertising world. Guys, what's going on? I thought we are educated. Why do we have to run ads that tell? Our ads are telling, they're not selling. All right? This goes out to you brand managers and all you corporate, whatever you are. Please, let us be the ones to direct the market, not the market to direct us. That's why it's called learning. You learn every day, all right? So please, I'm on the fix, and this is what I'm fixing today. But lastly, I also want to fix the parliament. Man, you're too many, one, then you're too noisy. I mean, listen, too many, too noisy is just too much. And when you're speaking on the microphone, please, guys, cut us some slack, all right? Address the issue, research and address the issue, not emotion. That doesn't sell anymore, all right? You don't go with your waha waha and all that. Listen, trying to cry like a baby. Face the fact, put it on the ground, analyze it and present it, okay? That's what I call my member of parliament. Don't go out there and start crying, man. It's not a cry festival here. This is real business. You're talking about human rights and human issues, all right? So you don't have to scream out in the parliament when driving a point home, guys, all right? When you're speaking the truth is when you should be at your calmest point. You only shout when you can't understand each other. But you know what? We don't have to fight all the time about that in parliament. So guys, please, and I'm begging you, please don't make me regret my vote. I put you in there, I might get you out. I'm Daniel Ngole, aka your Reverend, and I just fixed your city.
Shout out to all the trappers. Spread your origins. Big ups to Anadan. What up, now pre-saved, I was still raised right, so we were always culture boys, but boys would be boys, so sometimes we'd be them and soldier boys. Had quite a few friends were army dads, real soldier boys, red top status. They walk in and you better hold your voice and tongue about your mouth, cause they could be drunk or packing, no time to stomp you out. Just throw you in the back of the pickup or ghost your whereabouts. UG, KLA, home of the Impala, we're all different tribes, but everyone's bound to speak some Luganda like Mugamba G. That's from my old schoolers to Sidori G. That's from the new students with that slang edition, from urban to local tradition, while handing down that history through those oral renditions, like the story of Kintu. Musajja Nenteye, Kintu ya Wasanambi, Mwanyina wa Warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respect to those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne bugerere amasaza ndabye asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro muguya ate emmamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerebu anti buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta paako ku mazinyweko byali bya buganda abazungu be bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongo saako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwabwe n'ensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gyebale mbu byabakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde kali byali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale byali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa.
Yes, sir. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire till we gather round. Different rituals and different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here that guide the young. So it's me and Nelly say trade them bars. We give respect to those that came before us.
Chadondo bugerere maokota busiro chagwe fenna batugunjula dda abemamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma abefumbe n'omutima fenna batugunjula dda ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapeti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda.
The video, stereo, radio. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in the iPod, watch the video. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in your iPod, watch the video. Sijukira muchere kulusania, sijukira kaunga musefulia. Ebiziwe binchize nembigumira, sijukira mikwano kuntabukira. Sekatawa yali mulokole nebimutama anti ku mulimu bagasoma ebyobulokole tebiza magobano. Me and my house will walk with you, cause of your love so real and true. Topo wange mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogendayi topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Ono sista Teofisita yali alina kulasa mu kanisa mwatu bali bamazeyo kwanjula ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga tetwamanya Jefu gye yava ow'amamotoka gali munana okukutadde n'edduka mu kibuga tuzanyisanga dduniga bulaza bamuzalawa omukwano gwe babi ne bakuyiwa mu binika yazirika yatabuka omutima ne gumenyeka. Topo wange mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wange mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogendayi topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna. That's why me sing, say me look you 'cause you're simple. Save me from the disco. Love you Lord more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're Always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When I go and get stuff, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong. And it's in your presence that I be loved. Presence that I be loved. Yeah. Topo wake mumwacho topo wa Wana wika tinule jolaga Topo wa Yesu bakule mesai Ivye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Topo wake mumwacho topo wa Wana wika tinule jogende Topo wa Yesu bakule mesai Ivye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Topo wake mumwacho topo wa Wana wika tinule jolaga Topo wa Yesu bakule mesai Ivye birungi byonna jakubikuwai Topo wake mumwacho topo wa Mwana wika tunula jogende Topo wa Yesu bakule mesai Ivye birungi byonna jakubikuwai
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the citywide inclusive sanitation program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied or disposed into the environment untreated.
Yeah, my name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the washalots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water, because very little water comes out when somebody is using the facility.
In a typical scenario or a traditional sense of the service, the way the service is accessed, we had communities that didn't have any information at all about how to access sanitation facilities, where to get them, and who would provide them. And for the communities that did, they reached out to one key member within their communities, who then linked them to the service providers in the communities.
We went detail about Weyonje. The facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones, and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service, so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job, and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include
the service chain and ensuring